All right, good morning. It is 9 o'clock in Tuolumne County. We're going to call our meeting to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask Mr. Pedro to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first item after that is oral communication. We've got 15 minutes. Anybody from the public can speak on any item that is not printed on the agenda. Come on up. Morning, Mr. Fryer.
Morning. My name is Gil Fryer, and I'm very happy because I live on Woodham Carn Road, and so does this young lady over here working the camera. But I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and Beth Shane and Duke York. I got to know a lot of people for repaving Woodham Carn. It's really beautiful now, and we all appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and we're glad to see that happen, and we've got a lot more to do.
Good morning. My name is Susan Lipscomb. I'm an in-home supported services provider. I would like to ask the board to consider reinstating our 5% above minimum wage. And I would like to ask the board to step up and get behind our governor and voluntarily give us the paid 3 days of sick leave that he's asking all of these other businesses in our state to do. I think it would just be wonderful if our county was one of the first to step up and back our great governor. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Elizabeth Rush. My son has autism. My son was nonverbal. I gave up everything. It took me 6 years to get a diagnosis in this county. We had to leave this county to do it. It took me another 4.5 years to get IHS approval. It shouldn't have been that long. I got sick. My husband stood up, and he became the provider. We support 3 people on $1,700 a month. Do the math. It doesn't work. I need that 5% to feed my family, to pay our bills. And I sure wish my supervisor would return the calls I make to him. But I'm no one. I'm just an IHS mom. And Carl can't return my calls. And that's okay. The governor takes everything away because we're not politically correct. We should just hide in the background. I'm tired of it. We need it back. We need it now. I want to buy a bra. I want to buy a new pair of shoes. I want my son to have better than yard sale gifts for Christmas. He has worked his tail off to be somebody. He's a junior in high school. He plays varsity football, and we cannot afford to go to his games. I need that 5%. I want that 5%. It's not that much to ask. It's $1 an hour. It's $8 a day. It's not that much. Have a good day.
Mike Ayala, Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. We have a couple of events coming up. We have a mixer later this week, but we also have a sip of wine, a taste of food, a touch of business, September 23rd, Black Oak Casino Resort, Seven Sisters. Give us a call at the chamber, and I'll give you that number at the end. We also have a very important event, Candidates Night, Tuesday, September 30th, here in the Board of Supervisors chambers, starting at 6 p.m. Our focus will be the county assessors race and each of the TUD races. And if you want information, www.tcchamber.com, or you can call my office, 532-4212. And for those that are candidates in either of those races that I discussed, we will be contacting you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Hi, my name is Debbie Batista, and I am the Register of Voters for Tuolumne County. And as I promised, I will be here every Tuesday until and including November 4th to remind everybody that November 4th is Election Day, and we have a lot of local elections, and please get out and vote. So today we're going to talk about some of the changes that we have done with the vote-by-mail ballots. On September 29th, all of the pamphlets will be sent out to the people who vote at the polls. All about 7,800 of the people, of the voters of Tuolumne County vote at polls. The other 22,000 vote by mail. Those people will get all of the pamphlet information, the candidate statements, the polling places, all of that information will be included in their ballot package. So just please don't set your ballot packet aside, open it up, read the information, vote early, send the information in to us, and you'll start to receive your ballots right around October 6th. The other thing that I would like to talk about is different candidates' nights. If we find out about a candidates' night, and there's two of them, Mike already talked to you about the Chamber of Commerce, but there's also going to be one of the Mountain People Organics. They're going to have a candidates' night on October 1st. Both of their flyers will be on our webpage. So that would be October 1st at the Armory, or now they're calling it the Farmery, out there at the Columbia Airport. And it is from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. They'll also have the assessor candidates, the TUD candidates, and they're going to have a guest speaker on the water bonds. So if you are interested in any of those, please come out to either or both of the candidates' forums and meet the candidates and talk to them and ask questions. And I hope to be at both of them with registration cards. Again, if you have moved in Tuolumne County, you're new to Tuolumne County, please register to vote before October 20th so that you can be included on the November 4th numbers when we have all of the numbers coming in.
Ms.
Thank you.
Batista, there's also, I think the Farm Bureau is having one on the 23rd at the Opera Hall.
Okay, so anybody who's going to have a true candidates night, if they want to send a flyer to us, we will be glad to put it on our webpage, and that's www.tuolumne all spelled out ca.gov/elections, and you'll go right there and there'll be a link to all of the different flyers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple items. First, there's a non-agenda item I'd like the board to consider adding to your agenda as item number 9A, and that would be consideration of approving correspondence to Governor Jerry Brown requesting his veto of AB 2126, which would make mediation of labor agreements mandatory upon one party's request to do so. This item arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda and is sufficient urgency to be heard now because the bill is before him and ready to be signed or vetoed. This was brought to my attention by Supervisor Hanvelt.
Can I get a motion to include that?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Randy and Sherry. Okay, any public comment? Okay. Call for the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. What else?
Okay, I'm just going to move down here for this one. It is my pleasure to formally introduce to the board and to the public our new airport manager, Benedict, otherwise known as Benny Stuth. Benny comes to us with a bachelor's degree in political science from California Polytechnic University, a master's of public administration from the University of Southern California. I think I see the sheriff. Yes, I thought I'd get a go Fresno Bulldogs. But Benny has experience at the Monterey Regional Airport with a regional office of the FAA, and also working with engineering consulting firms in the Los Angeles area. And I'll get out of the way. But can you help me welcome Benny first? And we'll let him say a few words.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, first of all, I'd like to take a moment to thank everybody here for the very warm welcome I've received ever since arriving here at the county. I know my family and I feel very blessed and truly lucky to have the opportunity to come here and be a part of this really great community. You know, it's been my dream for a long time now to become an airport manager for airports like Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake Airport, and it's not very often someone gets to wake up and suddenly realize you're living part of that dream. So I think it's safe to say that I can look forward to a very positive relationship between myself and the airports, and that you can look forward to a very positive relationship between the airports and the county. I'll be spending my initial days really truly feeling out the airports and getting to know what makes them tick and developing a plan for them going into the future. And I would just welcome anybody to come and speak to me about the airport and its role in the community, and I have an open door policy, so look forward to meeting with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benny, and we're glad that you're here and wish you luck. Is there any other?
No, just welcome. Looking forward to working with you.
All right. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay. Oral communication is closed. Could the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on August 19th, 2014, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3257 and 58 were published. Approving the conflict of interest for Behavioral Health Housing Board of Directors and Tuolumne County Water Agency, and amending the conflict of interest for the county clerk, auditor, controller, and the office of the county administrator. Declaring various equipment not required for public use and surplus, authorizing a deputy purchasing agent to dispose of the property through a one-day sale to be held at a later date at 101 Hospital Road and surplus warehouse located at 229 West Jackson Street in Sonora. Adopting a resolution rescinding Resolution 6914 and declaring a portion of the county property located at the corner of Old Ward's Ferry and Highway 108 surplus, authorizing the sale of the property to the Tuolumne County Transit Agency. Approving an agreement with the County of Los Angeles for prisoner transport services. Adopting a resolution approving an agreement with the State of California Department of Transportation, Caltrans for jail inmate work crew, and approving a certificate of acceptance to accept a lien against real property to secure payment of probate administration fees in orders as ordered in the estate of John Starkweather, Tuolumne County Superior Court case number PR 10115.
Thank you. Would the board members like to pull any items? Okay. Can I get a motion?
Move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion second. Is there any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Could the clerk please read item 8?
Consideration of approving a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C.
Thank you, Alicia. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. This item before you is to review the need to continue the local state of emergency due to drought. As you know, your board needs to review this no less than every 30 days. You did look at this at the first Tuesday of this month, which was September 2nd. Unfortunately, there's more than 30 days before we get to the next board meeting of next month. So I do need you to review this. We are looking for a renewal of this declaration. As I reported during the last board meeting, we've gotten through a lot over these last few months, 9 months as we've worked through these. Tuolumne Utilities District has received the funding they needed to do some of the projects related to drought, and now Groveland Community Services District has actually received their funding agreement. They'll be receiving about $1.7 million between state and federal funds to get their water treatment plant up and going in time. So it's very exciting that process worked, and John Sterling and his staff are working hard to get that in place. The one issue that we are still concerned about, and we are still receiving calls from the public and community are private wells. And with that, I do have asked Rob Kosleby, your Environmental Health Director, to come and give you a report on the wells and what he is seeing out there.
Morning, Rob.
Good morning, Rob Kosleby, Environmental Health. I just want to thank you for considering the emergency drought declaration.
Over the past few weeks, we've heard very favorable results from our public utility districts where they're still conserving water and they're not in the situation that they were in January. I truly believe that the educational outreach that the county conducted early on in this water shortage emergency is reflected in these numbers. And that's something that we should still continue today. However, we are not out of the woods yet. The National Weather Service has indicated that we are going to see another dry winter. And without the needed precipitation, the county of Tuolumne will find itself in a dire situation next year. And if we cease the emergency declaration and outreach, it will only compound the situation. It is imperative that the county remain vigilant in promoting and educating the public in water conservation. Conversely, I've had a chance to run the well permits this morning, and I've looked at the 5-year average from 2009 to December 31st of 2013, and the average well permits were 53.6, and 13% of those were from dry wells. Now, what we're at today is we're at 71 well permits with 23.1 originating from dry wells. We still have 3.5 months left. And we are predicting an influx of these well permits in the next, in this time frame. Now, discussions with our drillers also confirm these assumptions. You know, they are so busy that they no longer are just submitting one application at a time. They're collecting a bunch of these batch applications and submitting them on Fridays. It's not unheard of to get 10 to 15 on a Friday. So this is still a real situation for us. So I encourage the board to continue the drought emergency and continue educating the public.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, Rob. All right. Is there anything else, Tracy?
No, something that I had learned during our last drought task force meeting, and this is, I mean, I'm one of those people in our community that's on a well and learning how to, all those different ways to conserve. But both Rob and Cassie's a representative from the State Water Board with the Drinking Water Program, and they were explaining to us how the recharge happens for our wells, and that mostly comes what they were explaining from snowpack. So as you can imagine, those of us on wells, it could be next spring, and that's only if we have a good snowpack that we would see a recharge on our wells. So I guess what I'm saying is I am asking that all of those on wells out there continue to conserve and know that they need to continue doing that all the way through the winter and even the spring. Just because the rain comes, when the rain comes, doesn't necessarily mean that our wells are recharged with the types of fractured rock systems that we have. And Rob could answer any other questions you may have related to that.
I don't really have a question. I just want to thank you and Mr. Pedro for all the hard work that you did with the Grove Community Service District. It was difficult, and you guys really put forth there. And I know the community is thankful, and they're going to have what they need, and it's the thanks for your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. Just also for the entire county, great work. We really do need to keep this emergency declaration in place. It kind of came home to roost a little closer than I thought when my neighbor's well went dry a couple of weeks ago. So it's really going to be tough if we have another dry winter. Not only won't our surface water reload itself in the reservoirs, but our groundwater will not get recharged. So again, I would encourage everybody that is on wells to conserve as well, because you don't know when you're going to wake up in the morning and you're not going to have any water. So yeah, it is a motion. I move to continue the state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14.
Do you have a second?
Well, a second, but I have a question. I'd like to know how the ag community's doing on their wells. Do we have any data on that?
Vicki Helmer, Agricultural Commissioner. I have reports of 4 wells going dry in the ag community. However, our permanent crop folks, grapes and apples and olives, and our vegetable crop people have cut back significantly on the amount of water that they are using from those wells in order to at least maintain the livelihood of the trees. But the result of that is we are seeing lower yields, we are seeing smaller fruit size, we are seeing earlier harvests. So even though we have only a few wells reported, ag wells, going dry at this time, they have been using less water, and we are seeing a impact to our agriculture this season.
Any estimate how much the value of the crop will decline?
Not at this point. I won't be able to assess that until after the complete harvest season, and I will be doing an assessment because if we have a greater than a 30% reduction in yield in any one crop, I will be seeking another disaster declaration from the U.S. Secretary.
Okay, thank you. Well, I will second it, but I have to emphasize what everybody's saying here is that, you know, summer's over, we have water ostensibly from Pinecrest servicing TUD, but the drought's not over, the water crisis is not over. We need to continue to conserve, so I second.
Okay, motion second. Is there any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. Could the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of approving a resolution declaring a state of emergency due to the actual and perceived threat of wildfire in California or other alternative actions.
All right, good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. This is the same item that your board heard on September 2nd, in which you'd requested it to be brought back with some additional information added in. That information has been added to the attached resolution and is also underlined in the resolution so that you can see the new information that was added. There has been some discussion about is this the appropriate vehicle for which the board can move forward with this concern. And council and staff have spent some time on this. You will see that County Council has provided 2 different pieces of information about the 2 different California Emergency Act codes, which is your 8558 and the 8630. And both of those are outlining what it is that's required when we do a declaration of local state of emergency. And with this, I believe Sierra County has already passed this resolution, and the concern is real as we've all walked through this, especially with the fire last year. And so we're before you today to ask you to review this resolution and determine if this is the appropriate action or if there's an alternative action you would like staff to begin drafting.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, I'll go to public comment. Bring it back to the board.
The situation in our national forest really concerns me. And it, quite frankly, borders on criminal neglect on the part of the federal government. It's very, very hard to find the right belly button to stick your finger in on this one. You know, the Forest Service points their finger at Congress, and Congress points their finger at the Forest Service, and we all sit around here and wait for a disaster to happen. Having said all of that, I really am troubled about using a declaration of a state of emergency to get somebody's attention. Declaration of states of emergency are reserved for very specific situations, and although this comes very, very close to it, in my mind it doesn't trip the threshold. I really think that this situation is criminal. I don't know any other way to say it. But I can't vote to declare a state of emergency when the emergency is not immediately, obviously imminent or in being. And so I won't vote for it. I would prefer that we do adopt a resolution stating our concerns, but I can't vote for a resolution for a state of emergency.
Yes, I would agree with Supervisor Rutherford reading this code section 8558. I believe calling it a state of emergency would dilute that particular section of the code, but I certainly would agree to a sense of urgency, because we all know there is a sense of urgency to address that. I'm in favor of the resolution that states it's a sense of urgency.
Yeah, we had a real lengthy conversation in the Natural Resource Committee about this and invited county council to come in and help us with the definition. And at the end of the conversation, there was no direction given because everyone agreed. We all know we have just a catastrophic problem out there, but it didn't meet the definition of a state of emergency. But there was support for sending they wanted something sent, but they were reluctant to actually identify whether a state of emergency or a state of urgency was the proper avenue. And so, like my colleagues, I want to be real careful not to blur the lines, and I think we are doing that by declaring a state of emergency, and so I too would support a state of urgency.
Well, I respectfully disagree with my colleagues. I attended the Forest Service planning meeting last night in Fresno for the Sierra Forest. As you know, or may not know, but the Inyo, the Sierra, and the Sequoia are the initial actions to comply with the 2012 forest planning rule, and they're redoing the forest plans down there. The Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, has freely admitted and suggested that they intend to do those as initial actions, and they intend to cookie cutter those in the forest going north, and we are next. And I will tell you that the plan at this point is the same old plan. There is nothing of significance going to be done any different. They've been harvesting 14 to 15 million board feet on the Sierra, and that's what they plan to do. If you listen to the regional forester, he thinks he has 9 million acres that need to be treated. I can argue with that number, and that's in Region 5. That's the entire state and Pacific Islands. 9 million needs to be treated. He says he needs to be doing 500,000 acres a year. They're not even close to that. And if you do the same, well, how are you going to get to that point? But if you listen to one of the fire people on the Stanislaus after the rim fire, she said we need to be doing 100,000 acres on the Stanislaus alone every year. We need to revisit it every 10 years. So if you take the regional forester's number of 9 million, he really needs to be doing 900,000 acres a year to do it on a 10-year program. We're not even close. The state is burning up. Siskiyou County has had the equivalent of rim fire in the number of fires that they've had this year. Last week was up at 180,000. I haven't looked at it today, but the town of Weed just burned up. You saw that on the news. So what do? We stick our head in the sand and play ostrich and says, well, the emergency isn't here because we don't really have a fire on our forest right now. I think the fire is imminent. The Stanislaus watershed is ripe for a fire, and God help us if it happens. It hasn't burned there in a long time, but if one starts in the base of the Stanislaus watershed, we lose the entire area. It's no way to stop it. It's too overgrown. And so we keep doing the same thing we've been doing for the last 25 years, and we expect it's going to go away. When does it become an emergency? I mean, I know the rules and the law, but when does it become an emergency? Cancer isn't an emergency for you, it's only an emergency for the guy that has it. We have an emergency in the Stanislaus right now, and it's time that we make our feelings known, that we're at risk. Your family's at risk, my family's at risk, our water supply's at risk, our environment's at risk, and our socioeconomic world is at risk, and we have to change the game. So I support emergency.
I'll chime in since everybody's talked, and then I'll let you go. Although I appreciate the comments by my three colleagues here that are concerned about the nature of emergency and how this applies, I would actually tend to agree with Supervisor Hanvelt that it is a state of emergency. I don't see it any different than the state of our drought. We're not, dying of thirst yet. We don't have houses drying up, but the conditions are there to where there's potential, and that word was used in the 8558 language. There's potential for disaster, and it's been happening for decades. The conditions of our forest have been building, just more and more fuel stacking up and creating a condition where you could have a catastrophic event, which we experienced last year. We had been warning about that for a long time, and nothing is done. After experiencing the rim fires, still nothing dramatically is being done to make a difference. We haven't learned our lesson. The people that are in control and have the authority to do something about it are not doing something about it. And I think that it is an emergency, particularly compounded by the drought. And there's, a lot of information in our packet that talks about fuel moistures and so forth, and I think it is justifiable. I don't think this is something that we should do all the time, but with the forest, I think there's no greater threat than the condition. And as it was stated, our watersheds, our economy, our communities are at risk. And so I would support it, and I think it does send a message, and I would hope that other counties would also support it, and that will help maybe bring attention and action to this situation.
I have a question for council. You supply this with the California Code Archive Directory, and it cites in here 8558C, and I understand we have a real problem out there, but what I'm worried about is, are we violating any particular rules of this section by declaring something that is not really defined in Section C?
I think the best way to describe it, and it's how I discussed it at the Natural Resources Committee meeting, is I sort of see a difference between what's actively happening versus what's going on passively. So when I look at the code section, I don't know that you would be violating a law, but when you look at the entire code section under the California Emergency Services Act, the purpose is really for governing bodies who can't handle an emergency to ask for help from other entities or even the state, the federal government, et cetera. And so I think the result is really what is the end goal, because under the Emergency Services Act, the response you would get from those agencies is going to be limited because they're either going to provide aid to the agency or there's funding available. And I don't believe that with a state of emergency declared for actual and perceived threat, you're going to get that goal accomplished. It seems like the goal that you really want is for others to take similar action to look and maybe put pressure on the federal government. So I see it being different under the code.
I think that's exactly what we're doing, is asking other agencies for action and for resources. And when Paul was here and he asked me some questions at our last meeting, we talked about the SRA fees, and there's potential funding for that. There's and whether it's emergency funding, somehow we need to find money to manage the forest. And you hear the Forest Service all the time saying they don't have money for it, they don't have money for it. So, I mean, there is a threat. There is a real threat. There are conditions that exist that are getting worse and worse and worse. They're not going to get better until we do something. And I don't think, I understand the concern, and I don't think this is something to take lightly. But by doing this, I don't think we're violating any law. I don't think we're exposing the county to any particular liability or threat, or I don't see a downside to it. I think if we did it every other, meeting and we used it, all the time, then that would be the case. But by doing this one time for this situation, I just don't see that as a problem, and I think we should do it.
But remember, under the Emergency Services Act, you do have to renew it every 30 days. And it also says that as soon as the emergency is over, then you terminate the declaration of emergency. And there is not a lot of case law on the Emergency Services Act, but the case law that exists really discusses, the imminent active emergency happening. And so the only thing I can think of in terms of potential liability is if an entity comes forward and wants the county to terminate that emergency, and there has been cases where entities have sued, for instance, the governor saying the emergency's over, now you need to terminate it. So just something to keep in mind, because I don't know, given what is going on out in the forest, if you would be inclined to want to terminate it at any point in the near future.
I think when it starts raining and the fuel moistures change, I think that would be an appropriate time to terminate it. But at this point, I think the risk is escalating more and more every day until that changes. I feel it is imminent, and I don't see why an agency would dispute this. I think this is a cry for help. We need something to change. We preach about this every 2 weeks. We're here, and we all agree. Every single one of us agrees. The forest is not being managed, and it's a huge problem. It's insane to me that people in Sacramento and people in Washington, D.C. don't figure this out and do something about it, because it's a win-win to manage the forest. It's better for everything and everyone, in my opinion. And I don't see what our other options are, and I don't see a downside.
Question?
No.
Sorry, Sherry.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
thank you.
Sherry.
Because I think that we all feel the same desperation. And so what is the most effective means for getting the federal and state governments to acknowledge us? And 1, 2, 3 counties doing this, I don't think is as effective as finding an avenue that all rural counties could possibly sign into and get a greater coalition. I know we are not the only county debating this. There are a number of rural counties that are concerned about which is the correct avenue. And so I want to find the avenue that will collectively bring together the most counties to make the strongest statement possible to the state and federal government and be as effective as we can. I don't think there is not one of us up here that doesn't believe that we have a state of emergency in our national forests, and that we are all at risk. And we all know what happened last year. We know what's going on statewide. What is the most effective avenue to bring the most counties together to have a viable coalition that will make a difference?
I agree, but I think we need to run parallel efforts, and I don't think there's one mutually exclusive action. I think we do need to build coalitions, and I think we're doing that. But by taking action, I don't think that's going to preclude us from any other type of.
I would take an action on the urgency.
Yeah.
I think I was next.
Go ahead. And then Carl, sorry. I know everyone wanted to talk.
I guess my question would be, back again to council on process. We declare a state of emergency, and what happens next? What is what's the state's response to us? Do they respond and say, we don't agree with you, you don't have an emergency?
Potentially, and I think really either Ms. Riggs or Mr. Pedro is best to address that process since they've recently been through it.
So what will happen if your board were to pass this resolution? As soon as I have the signed resolution, I would then send it to our emergency services coordinator, which you've all met, is Dana Owens. I would send that to her. She would then, they would begin reviewing. The first thing that would happen would I would get a call back from a representative other than Dana from Cal OES asking if we are seeking CDAA or are we looking for mutual aid. That is the first thing that this type of declaration is used for. And as far as we're not looking, this wouldn't qualify under CDAA anyways, but that is what this declaration does for us, is to get us additional funding through the state and/or federal declaration and additional resources, such as you saw with the rim fire, where we had fire and law enforcement come in to assist us locally because we were outside our own resources.
Carl.
So
Yeah.
how would it be different if you did it at a state of urgency? Then what happens?
Randy?
Okay. I got to tell you, for 2 weeks, I've been walking around with a guy on each one of my shoulders, okay, going, vote this way, vote this way, vote this way, vote this way. There is nothing that's come before this board that I want to vote for more than this state of emergency. I really want to vote for it, and I can't. And the simple reason that I can't is because of exactly what Tracy's talking about. What a declaration of a state of emergency is designed to trigger specific things, and those things can't help us with this problem. Where we need the help is in Congress. We need to be working with our congressional representatives. We need to be doing what Supervisor Brennan talked about, which is building a very, very strong coalition to attack this problem in Congress. Only Congress can put the pressure that they need to put on the Forest Service. It's not going to happen with this administration unless Congress does it. This state of emergency is nothing more than a statement. And I love the statement. I really want to vote for it. But I think the statement on the state of urgency effectively does the same thing without perjuring the principle of a state of emergency. So I'm as concerned as everybody else on this dais with this situation.
So I can count to 3. So let's just get this done.
Okay, I move to pass the resolution of a state of urgency.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Is there public comment? Any other board? Go ahead, Randy.
Now what happens? What do we do with a state of urgency?
So what we've talked about in our office is, with the state of urgency, I'll do the same thing. I will forward it on to OES so that they see that. But we would also draft a letter and begin sending it to each of our state and federal representatives, as well as following up with phone calls to have discussions so that maybe we can begin that process that you're all talking about right now. And that would, again, be both state and federal. So we would go into our assemblymen, our state senator, federal senators. As you know, Shelley with Senator Feinstein's office has been here. She's been actively engaged with us, as well as Congressman McClintock. And we could begin reaching out to other counties and looking at going that same direction so that they too begin reaching out to their representatives with the same type of statement.
I would ask that you send it to each member county of RCRC.
And I would like you to send it to the WIR, NACO.
RCRC has already discussed this, and that's where the original version of it, we've modified it, obviously, because Sierra County asked that to happen, and the Sustainable Forest Action Coalition has seen it, and they're promoting it as well, including into Oregon. I have trouble supporting a state of urgency because I don't think urgency is going to get any attention. You know, you can argue what the law says and what is going to happen, but I believe we have an emergency. The devil's at the door. And when we thought that before rimfire, in fact, I told Randy Moore that to his face 8 weeks before rimfire happened, and of course it happened. And still, nothing is changing, and the whole state's on fire. I'm just concerned that urgency is not going to get anybody's attention.
Thank you, Randy. So I will support, I think that's fine as an action. I wish we would go a little farther, but I will support it because I do agree with it, but.
Well, I'll support it too, because I want this unanimous, but I just think it's
Yeah.
not strong enough.
Just one other thing, I would want to send it to every member of the U.S. Senate. I think the House of Representatives passes bills all day long that support us in this effort, and I think we're preaching to the choir when we send it to Tom McClintock and people like that. So I would ask that we do that, because those are the people that don't necessarily support us. So with that, I'll call for the question. Oh,
Question, when we send that, can we send it electronically and not put a stamp on it?
Absolutely.
Okay. 'Cause
we can email them. That's fine.
And I'm sorry.
That's only 100 stamps.
To make this a little more impactful, can we put some numbers to some of, so on page 6, it says each year more board feet of timber is grown than is harvested. Can we put some, each year, more than 120 million board feet are grown with 15 to 20 million board feet harvested? And actually, I mean, define in real numbers what. I've got them too. So I would ask that that be.
We can polish it a little bit.
Yeah, I'll modify my motion
And
To
there are a number of bullet points in there where we can actually.
to allow the addition of numbers
Yes.
to the resolution.
Thank you.
Does that work?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, I'm calling for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carries, I think, 5-0. Randy? Okay.
I voted aye.
No nays. Thank you, Tracy. Okay, let's take 9A.
9A is consideration of approving correspondence to Governor Jerry Brown requesting his veto of AB 1226, which would make mediation of labor agreements mandatory upon one party's request to do so.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, Human Resources and Risk Manager. Before you is a letter written to Governor Brown asking him to veto AB 2126 that was introduced by Assemblyman Bonato. Your board is familiar with AB 646, which is fact-finding, the process that we went through last year in our OE3 negotiations. But fact-finding limits the mediation to our differences that arise during the collective bargaining process for new or successor MOUs. AB 2126 would open it to any sort of mediation on any matter that's during the scope of, part of scope of representation, but just not limited to the negotiation process. So it could be anything during the year that a person would like to mediate over, we could meet. To give you some additional history, the County of Riverside and San Diego Housing Commission were in dispute with PERB, which is the Public Employee Relations Board, over PERB forcing them into mediation over single subject topics. Both of those agencies filed court actions. The court found in favor of those agencies. Of course, PERB is not happy, filed an appeal. And of course, the court process is taking a little longer than PERB would like, so they have enacted legislation to try to circumvent the court process and get this language put in before the courts have the ability to make their decision in a proper venue. So I would like for you to consider this letter. I do acknowledge the word statutes is spelled improperly in the third paragraph, so that will be changed. And request any other changes you may want to make to the letter, and request your support in sending this letter to the governor.
Thank you. Questions?
Just a comment, I think there is a typo on the last page. Board of Supervisors of the county of the county. So strike.
Yep.
Thank you. Randy?
Yeah, I think we need to support this. I think most of the counties are supporting this. The request for veto, I mean, not supporting the bill, but request for veto, because I think it just further mires the process and extends it beyond the need. We've already been a year and a half here in Tuolumne County with things, and this could extend it even further. This is not the right thing to do. So I think we need to do that. And on that basis, I move approval as amended.
Second?
I'll second. I have another typo.
What is it?
On the bottom paragraph, it should be statutes, not statues.
In the first sentence?
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught that one.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second with the amendments. Is there any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thanks, Ann. Could the clerk please read item 10?
Consideration of adopting resolutions amending the 2013 through 15 Memorandum of Understandings with the Attorneys Unit, Deputy Sheriff's Association, Healthcare Unit, Management Association, Tuolumne County Employee OES, and Physicians Unit.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, HR Risk Manager. The county concluded negotiations for the memorandums of understanding with all of these units for the 2013 to 2015 time period. And at the time of negotiations, a cost of living adjustment was agreed to between 1% and 5%, depending upon the bargaining unit. Your board recently approved me to do reopeners with these bargaining units to offer a 7% share cost of living adjustment in exchange for the 6.25% share of costs. All of the units have agreed to this change in the terms and conditions of the MOU. And I have attached amendments for all the MOU as well as resolutions, so we can then begin the voting process that's going to be in a couple of items that we'll discuss.
Questions? Public comment? Bring it back. I'll just make a quick comment. I just want to say that it's been a tough few years, and the employees that we have are the dedicated employees that care about the county, and I really appreciate all of the struggles that we've trudged through, and I know a lot of people have taken on additional work, made concessions, and it's just been really, really hard. But the dedication is appreciated, and I hope this is a gesture that will help kind of improve the outlook for our employees and show them that we appreciate them. So with that, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move that we adopt the resolutions amending the 2013-15 Memorandum of Understandings for the various units listed. And I would like to add my appreciation to our county employees for everything that they do for the people of our county. And it was a long, tough bargaining session, but hopefully we got to a situation where everybody wins a little bit. And I really appreciate all the employees in the county and what they do. Thank you.
Second.
Motion and second. Any other?
Just a comment, and thank you, man, because I know it wasn't easy to hang in there with us from time to time. So
Thank you, Ann.
anyway, and also thank the employees.
Very good. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Could the clerk please read 11?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2014-15 Tuolumne County Executive Confidential Compensation Plan.
Mrs. Fremd.
Okay. Before you is the Executive Confidential Comp Plan for the fiscal year 2014-15. Essentially, this is a rollover contract from the 13-14 year with exception of the following changes. The 2013-14 comp plan offered the miscellaneous positions in this unit a 1% salary adjustment with a 6.25% offsetting cost of PERS. This MOU changes it to 7%. The executive leave conversion, which is currently paid as a 4% pay differential, has been added to the base pay of the members, does not change their compensation. It just takes out an additional differential that we have throughout the MOUs. The class and comp study, the county is committed to performing a class and comp study, which will be done county-wide, so we can use that in negotiations for next year for the rest of the bargaining units, as well as the new executive comp plan. An educational incentive has been added, which offers a 2.5% differential for a bachelor's degree and a 5% for a master's degree That should be noted that the bachelor's is only available if it is not already required for the position. And currently, the language in the MOU allows sworn positions that exist in the unit to either receive post-pay or the educational incentive, but not both. Post-retirement medical insurance, there is clarification language that's been added in accordance with Government Code Section 53201, which specifically excludes elected officials of the legislative body, which is the Board of Supervisors, from participating in this program. This became effective January 31st, 2007, but the language was not clear that it was only affected board members in the MOU, so we have modified that. And the personal leave cash-out language that was included for the 13-14 year, which allowed additional cash-out to help bring vacation accruals down, has been eliminated. So staff is requesting you approve the attached 2014-15 Executive Confidential Compensation Plan.
Questions? Public comment? I'll bring it back, and once again, I'll make a statement. The last comment that we made on our last item about the employees, I just want to kind of emphasize that even more for this group. These are the leaders of our county, our managers and our department heads, and the people that really carry a lot of the heavy weight. And I know some of you are in the audience. It's, once again, greatly appreciated. You've kept us alive, and we really do appreciate what you've done for us. So can I get a motion?
With that, I'd move approval of the Tuolumne County Executive Confidential Compensation Plan.
Second.
Any other comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Thank you. Item 12.
Consideration of adopting a resolution of intention to approve an amendment to the contract with California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS.
All right, Ann.
Okay, so as your board's aware, that during the safety contract, the PERS requires all members of PERS to vote on a amendment to the CalPERS contract. The safety unit is complete. Now we are working on miscellaneous. The miscellaneous employees of the bargaining units have agreed to pay 6.25% of the employer's share of PERS for all Tier 1 and Tier 2 members. Assuming successful passing of the vote, the 7% cost of living adjustment would then be implemented. So today, the steps as outlined by PERS is the approval of the resolution of intent to modify, which allows the county to begin the voting process. Tomorrow, we start the vote for all miscellaneous members. That will run for a 2-week period and end on October the 1st. We will then count the votes that evening, assuming that no more than 50% plus one of the votes returned are negative, the vote passes. October 7th, I will return with an urgency ordinance to amend the contract, and we'll present it to your board for approval, with an effective date of October 19th for the members to begin paying 6.25% in exchange to receive the 7% salary adjustment. So it's recommended that your board approve the resolution of intent to modify the contract between CalPERS, which would allow us to begin the steps as outlined in the board memo.
Questions? Public comment? I got a motion.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
I got a motion from Rutherford. Second?
Second.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Thank you. Could clerk please read 13?
Consideration of approving correspondence to the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation regarding the county's financial commitment to the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
Staff report?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you know, our juvenile facility project is closing in on being ready to go to bid. Again, this is a project funded primarily with a $16 million state grant. The last step before we can go to bid is approval of the project by the State Public Works Board. In preparation for that, there's a lot of different state agencies you have to go through, provide a lot of information. We have provided, my hat is totally off to Maureen Frank in my office. She has provided multiple times the same kind of information to these agencies, but there was one agency that just wanted to have a letter that said it just to them, what our financial commitments are, and that's the California Department of Corrections, and there's a letter attached that would meet, their needs. It does not change anything that your board has previously submitted, agreed to in the grant application and so forth. On a good news front, just to back up, that's the letter that's attached that I just recommend you just go ahead and approve. That's been gone over also by Debbie Batista in direct contact with the State Department in question. But in the middle of the memo, it talks about that your board had previously approved our request for a petition to reduce our matches for this project, and last week the state actually did approve those reductions in our matches. So that's just some good news. Part of me would say I'd like to modify the letter to recognize that, but with that agency, I would recommend you don't change the letter, because if we change it, it'll probably throw things off.
Okay. Questions? Public comment? Can I get a motion?
Move that we approve the letter.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Clerk, please read 14.
This is a presentation on the Everbridge Emergency Notification System.
I am not seeing Tracy in here right this moment.
All right,
we could skip to 15.
Yeah, let's do that.
This is consideration of approving responses to the 2013-14 grand jury report.
Staff report.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, each year we are required to, if requested, to respond to the grand jury on items that affect the county of Tuolumne. And there's 2 letters that your board is being asked to weigh in on a number of issues. The first one is a letter that stands unto its own by your board. It's an implementation review of the 12-13 grand jury, and there's 4 different items on that. The second item is a response on animal control, and that's one that I was also asked to respond to. I'm proposing we just do a joint letter, because I would prefer to be totally in sync with the board in my response as well. And then I've provided as well in your staff report, there's other county officials that have been requested to respond directly to the grand jury without having it filtered in any way or influenced by the board, and those are listed at the bottom of your first page of your memo. So focusing on what the board's been asked to comment on, there's 4 items under the implementation review of the 12-13 grand jury report. One had to do with the Columbia Fire Protection District's desire to have its boundaries expanded. There's a second item on the Building Code Division where I really do believe there's some confusion on the grand jury with regard to collection of penalty fees related to code enforcement. There's an item, returned item related to probation department and acceptance of credit card payments. And then there's an item related to Sonora Regional Medical Facility and the grand jury's desire to see a secure room for potential 5150 patients put into that facility. Again, we can discuss whatever your board would like. I would point out that probably the 2 most significant issues on that list, one would be the Columbia Fire Protection District request. The finding that goes along with that item is that public land that comprises a large portion of the Columbia Fire Protection District pays no taxes, therefore generates no revenue for the Columbia Fire Protection District. It's a true statement. I think it's around 60% of the district is made up of Columbia State Park. So you just simply say you agree or you disagree, and if you disagree, why? It's a true statement, we agree. As to the recommended action, the jury recommends that the county follow the recommendation from LAFCO, Local Agency Formation Commission, to expand the Columbia Fire Protection District's boundaries. And I have a suggested response here, and excuse me? We didn't do that. That's a request from the grand jury. It's in their annual report. LAFCO puts out an annual report. I forgot the formal. our local LAFCO. They put out an annual report on every district, and in there it's a staff report that just talks about this. But that was prompted by input from the district. In years past, they've talked about every fire district in the county. And that goes along with the recommendation here. I put that this recommendation requires further analysis. And forgive me for reading, but this is important. I want to get it right. I put first, consistent with finding F3, that there's so much of state holdings in that district and they get no money for it. I put the county should investigate having the state begin contributing an amount of money equivalent to what would be paid to the Columbia Fire Protection District if state properties were under private ownership. This may at least resolve the inequity of the majority of the district being comprised of property, Columbia State Park, which is not contributing income to help support fire and first responder services provided by the fire district. Second, the larger issue is, second, interest has been expressed over the years by several fire districts, not just Columbia Fire Protection District. And I'm looking down the dais, particularly in Supervisor Rotifer's and Supervisor Royce's districts. We've had Jamestown has expressed interest, and Carl's district, as well as Columbia and Evans district, Tuolumne Fire Protection District, as well as Miwok have expressed interest in this. And it's not so simple just to look at one district without looking at the whole. Thus the fire study that we had a few years ago. So having said all that, so the interest has been expressed over over the years by several fire protection districts to expand their boundaries via annexation. Such annexations may prove helpful to the individual districts and potentially benefit fire insurance ratings for properties within annexed lands. But they will also, the annexations, will also reduce revenues to the Tuolumne County Fire Department with unknown service and insurance impacts in areas of the county covered by the County Fire Protection Department. A proper and independent analysis of these funding, service, and fire insurance rating issues would best be completed by an independent consulting firm excuse me, with expertise in all of these areas. To this end, the board will direct staff to issue a request for proposals for consultant services and consider funding a comprehensive countywide study of such issues instead of studying Columbia Fire Protection District concerns alone, because it's really hard to look at one without looking at the whole. And then that last statement is so true, but both of the above actions are complicated, politically sensitive, requiring input and buy-in from multiple agencies, and staff time intensive. The second activity could also be very expensive, and despite the grand jury's desire for such an analysis to be completed within 6 months from the date of publication of the grand jury report, which would make it due on December, action on this matter will need to lapse well into calendar 2015, and that's if the board so directs us to do that.
I'm going to chime in real quick. I think that's a great response, and I think that needs to happen. I think that the board should direct that. It does need to be done in a holistically type of way to where the whole county is looked at. And as you said, it's politically charged and it's a sensitive subject because you're talking about how you're going to split up the pie, basically. But we need to do what benefits the most people. And there are inequities in the system right now, and there are problems with the official responding agencies for insurance purposes and so forth. So I appreciate that, and I hope the whole board understands that and would support that. So Carl and then John.
And Craig and I had this discussion, pardon me, after a meeting with Jamestown Fire Department Board. And I also wholeheartedly support that, one, we do need to do a study. It does need to be an independent study. It can't be done by getting all of our fire chiefs together like we did the last one. It needs to be an independent study. We need to select who that independent agent is very carefully. And this does need to be looked at in the broader context of fire protection in the county as a whole. And we do need to do that. I would support a direction from the board to Mr. Pedro to take those actions. And I do believe that this is the proper response to the grand jury.
Thank you. John, and then I got another comment.
Yeah, I would agree. We do need an independent look at this, because if each district did one, it could come back with a whole different outcome. So I would support the outside help and also support the answer to the grand jury.
Another aspect to consider, which I know you're aware of, is our dispatch and how that relates to that. I think after we maybe get through this process and we talk about the boundaries and annexations, I know that's something we've been working on, or, directing for a long time, try to get our dispatch system updated so the right resources are being called. So I don't know if that's something the consultant needs to look at, but maybe we should think about that. And I know that'll be kind of the second step in getting some of this stuff cleaned up.
Yeah, just a word on this is I could see bringing the scope of that study back here first before we even put the RFP out, because there's so much, you got to define the breadbox
Yeah.
on this one carefully. And that was also a pledge to work with our fire department leaders, and
I'd like to hear from some of the districts too and get some of their
Exactly.
input on it. So I think that's great.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues, and the study should come back. But I would also like to encourage us to start discussing with our state legislators the opening paragraph about state properties not contributing to fire protection. And
Start
they should
lobbying
be.
for some SRA money.
Exactly.
Or something.
Something. They definitely, I mean, I can think of Railtown, Fairgrounds, there are a number of state properties.
Cool. Anything else?
Okay,
Any
well-
other items?
Well, the only thing I would point out on the first letter, as I mentioned, the other that I think it's important, particularly important, under finding F-15, there's no secure room currently available for patients awaiting medical clearance and/or mental health evaluations. That's at Sonora Regional. And I just wanted to point out that the comment that I put in here is exactly what your behavioral health director did, and she did, and that was with consultation from county counsel's office. It's accurate, it describes what is, but that's also complicated and carefully worded.
Okay. Just another quick comment. I just want to thank the people that serve on the grand jury. That's an enormous commitment. They spend a lot of time putting this information together and studying all these different issues and situations, and we don't take that lightly. Appreciate their support and hope that we can help use it to better what we do here. So, is there any public comment? Bring it back.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the only other letter that is, would be a joint one. The prior letter is just for the board to sign and approve and sign themselves. The second letter is coming from both the board and myself, since I'm required to respond. And it's on animal control. And the good news here is the theme is that your board took care of two other concerns with the budget you just approved, and that you did approve an animal control officer as they suggested, and you did approve a generator for the shelter as they had requested or suggested. There are some other things that they would like to have us look at in the future by way of a registered veterinary technician, some additional staff at animal control, equipment, and so forth. But those are things that have not been brought before you. They're more future budget items, and we'll look at them at that time. So that's the theme of that particular letter.
All right. Get a motion?
I'll move to approve both letters.
Motion and second. Any other discussion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Let's take item 16, and then we'll take a break. Come back and do.
You want to go back to 14?
We'll come back to that after the break.
Number 16 is consideration of approving an updated class specification for the position of Agriculture Commissioner, Seals of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Animal Control Director.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, as you're aware, I'm going to cry, but Vicki Helmar is retiring from her position as Ag Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Animal Control Director as of January 23rd. At least we got her some, I'll be cheery, because she's here with us through January. But in preparations for beginning the recruitment, we did look at both the salary for the position and the class specification. And looking at the salary with, Ann Fremd, our HR risk manager, we both feel that the salary and associated benefits are competitive and no adjustments necessary there. Primarily based on the recommendations from Ms. Hilmar, there's some suggested changes in the class specification, just to make it as accurate as possible. So that's really what your board is being asked to approve today. Also included a recruitment plan, so you can see how we go about recruiting this, because this will be the first time, I think, for this board collective that we've recruited for an appointed department head by this board. And we did this with county council, but that's a different type of position. So I'm just laying out how that recruitment would go. This is the same process, what I've outlined in the memo is the same process we used that brought us Vicki, and I think that was a great outcome, having her. I wanted to mention one of the screening panels that I intend to use here, as I did the last time around, was to use actually Ms. Hilmar, the outgoing director, and also a representative from our local farm bureau. And I actually did make contact with the current president, Dick Geiser, and he's willing to do that. And Dick is great because he serves on what? The Farm Bureau, the Cattlemen's Association, your Agricultural Advisory Committee, and there's one other. And he's uniquely positioned for that. He represents a lot, and that's the same three-person panel that we use to cull these down to a low level for the board's review. We're only bringing you the cream of the crop. But in this, Vicki, can you come up for a minute? Because our secret weapon in this whole recruitment is Vicki. Because she knows the people, they know her. I think she's truthful when she says she likes the place and will speak well of us. But but I joked with her. I said, Vicki, I got a picture of you like at your annual conferences and so forth as you're pitching Tuolumne County. And I said, I'm going to get you something, to help designate you as the official recruiter for Tuolumne County. So I'm going to give Vicki your hat. There you go.
And I will wear this proudly.
But I'm having some fun, but in all seriousness, she is our secret weapon because, they do know her, they do respect her, and her predecessor, Gary Casari, was also instrumental in bringing Vicki to us. So no kidding aside, being real, she's our secret weapon in the whole process.
You don't get to leave until you get us a replacement.
So,
Okay.
so Mr. Chairman, just asking for your approval in the end of the revised class specification.
Questions?
No, just a comment on those revised class specs, because Vicki has done an outstanding job in understanding that our agricultural community doesn't necessarily have the opportunity to meet with our county representatives from 8 to 5. And there were 3 or 4 bulleted points there that talked about the need for meeting outside of the normal working hours and, providing support to the advisory committee. All very important aspects. I'm glad that you recognize those changes and hope that your successor will understand how really important your position is to our agricultural community. And so with that, I'll be prepared to move when you're ready.
Go for it.
I would move that we change the class, that we approve the updated class specifications for the position of Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Animal Control Director.
Second.
Motion second. Any other public comment? Bring it back. Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. All right, at this time, we'll take a break. We'll come back around 10:30. You guys ready? All right, back in order here. Clerk, please read item 14.
This is a presentation on the Everbridge Emergency Notification System.
Thank you. Mrs. Riggs.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. And next to me is Larry Bile, who is our GIS Coordinator with this Community Resources Agency. So today we'll be going through a presentation on our new emergency notification system. And this system, we did change systems beginning of May, and wanted your board and the public to see what this new system looks like and how it works and all of its capabilities. So I'm going to try and not go through this too quickly, but quickly enough that we can get to actually launching a notification while we're sitting here, so you can see how that looks. So with that said, we put together a panel. You may remember during the rim fire last year, our last system, we recognized that it had some shortfalls. And so what we did was we put a panel together. That panel consisted of myself, Sue Ferguero, our dispatch supervisor, Larry Bile, who is our GIS coordinator, and Ann Knight, who is our IT analyst programmer, who has since retired but is on call in the event that we need her. The individual who's taken over for Ann Knight is Colleen, and I believe she is in Myers, who is in our audience here. So when the process started in January, we reviewed a total of 4 different systems, and they are in order in which we reviewed them. And at the end, the panel chose the system before you today, Everbridge, unanimously. Each one of the panel members had different goals. Those goals were based on what each of us experienced during the fire, as that was the first time the system had actually ever been used since its purchase. So with OES, our primary concern, and you may remember, I know there was a lot of frustration voiced about cell phones, access to cell phone numbers. Many people don't even have landlines anymore. Unfortunately, privacy laws don't allow us to download those cell phone numbers and upload them into our system like we can with landlines. So the only way that we can access those cell phones is through IPAWS integration, and IPAWS is the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. It's through FEMA. It was originally created so that the president could contact American citizens at any time in any geographical area that he wanted. So how that works is we would launch a system, look at the map, and anyone with a signal or a landline within that area then gets that notification. That is the only way we can get the cell phones unless we do citizen opt-in, and I'll just go over that more a little bit later. Dispatch, Sue's primary concern as she was working through the system and utilized the one last year was mapping and the ease of using and launching a notification. As you can imagine, when you have your dispatchers and calls are coming in like crazy, they need to be able to launch it quickly, accurately, and very timely. And they need to not have to go to a million different places to do it. This system allows you to launch a notification in one window. And then GIS, Larry's primary concern was the accuracy of the mapping and then geocoding, and he can speak to more about what that geocoding means. And then IT was looking at accurate and timely uploads from our phone carrier. So on a quarterly basis, we get an upload from each AT&T, Comcast. Is there another one? Okay, AT&T and Comcast. And those are then loaded into the system. And when they're loaded into the system, they also go through a process of geocoding. And actually, I think I'll have Larry explain what that is right now. So as we refer to it, you understand what he's referring to.
Good morning, Board. Larry Bile, GIS Coordinator, Geographic Information System Coordinator. Geocoding is basically a jargon kind of term, but what it really means is you're taking data and you're trying to find a location for that data, and the normal way is through the address. So as an example, if the information that comes from the phone companies has a phone number, a name, and an address of some type, and the address normally is a number and a street name, and then usually there's a community. It varies from company to company, and it varies, the quality of the data coming from the phone companies is highly variable. At any rate, so what the geocode process does, and it works in the Everbridge system, works on their end, and we were pleased how well it worked. And it's kind of like going to Google and typing in an address, and it tries to find the address, and it does it primarily by sorts out the number from the street name and the community name. And it says, in that community, is there a street with that name? If there is, does that street have an address range that encompasses the number that's included? And if it does, it tries to find approximate where that number would fall along that range of that street. So that's really what geocoding does. And the way Everbridge is set up, when you take the basic data and you send it in, it attempts to geocode it immediately, and it does that. If it's successful, it creates a latitude, longitude coordinate and puts that in the data field. And then it's got a successful geocode. If it doesn't, then it doesn't populate those fields, and so it doesn't really know where that number belongs. So the process for us is we can sort that, and we can eliminate, we can extract, in a sense, copy out the files that don't have a lat long coordinate, take them into GIS, try to do it that way. And we were pretty successful with that. So I'm pretty pleased with the way this process has worked so far.
Thank you.
Okay. So one of the other important aspects that we were looking for was redundancy. What if the local system that we had here, we actually hosted on our own server. We had to have our own trunk lines and phone lines. So we actually paid for all of that in addition to the system. This new system, as you can see, it's located in different parts of the country, of the United States, and in 2 other areas in other countries, so both England and China. And I do believe they're looking at 1 or 2 other areas right now, India being one of those. And what they refer to this is as an elastic infrastructure. So if any one of these goes down, the others automatically pick it up and continue to launch it. We no longer have to have our own server, and we no longer have to have all those extra phone lines. So it has, the goal in the end is that it will save some time, staff time with our IT departments, not having to maintain that server. Also some costs related to those extra trunk lines out at the EOC. And this is just some overview information. Everbridge has over 2,500 global customers. That includes both state, local, private businesses. So some of those counties you'll see there, Ventura, Merced, Kings County, Sacramento, and then some of the states and cities that they have are State of Connecticut, City of Boulder, and City of Boston. And I did Boulder and Boston specifically because you may remember that they've gone through some pretty catastrophic emergencies themselves. So with Boulder, they had the fire, and then they had those massive floods come in. And with Boston, they also had the bombing. They've used Everbridge. Not only did they invite them in and have them come in and assist, but they also maintained the system after their emergencies, which speaks volumes that it met their needs and the demands that they had. So one of the most important aspects of this new system that we were all very excited about is the citizen opt-in. And we have been sending out a lot of information to a lot of different places. I've been going and speaking at a few different places such as Commission on Aging, Catholic Charities. So what's great about this is, again, as I spoke earlier, the only way we can get to cell phones is using the iPods through FEMA. Now we can only use that for extreme life and death situations, or people can volunteer their information through the citizen opt-in. What that allows us to do is they can volunteer information, not just their phone numbers, but they can give us a priority in the way they want to be contacted, but they can also have multiple addresses in there. So for example, if I want to make sure I'm notified for my own home, but I can be notified if my children's schools are notified of something going on. I can make sure maybe my mother and father-in-law who live down the street or in another area of town, I can put their address in and be notified if they're also in an area in which a notification goes out. Or people who live outside the county. During the Rim fire, remember we had a lot of questions and concerns from homeowners who didn't live here and or also had family who lived here and they were concerned about their family members. So you can put in more than one address and you'll be notified when that address is selected for a notification. The other thing it allows you to do is to alert us if you or someone in your home has any type of impairments, maybe mobile impairment, you're using some type of equipment that requires electricity. We have a lot of individuals on oxygen here in our county. If they will need assistance evacuating, there's a lot of different ways that they can give us and volunteer that information. If we do a notification, I can immediately run a report and see if anyone has opted into that. It allows us for us to be proactive and go out to them and try and help rather than waiting for that phone call to come in later. Now this is very important with those who register, and it's essential that when people go in to register that they enter information into all of the data fields. And the reason for that, as Larry was just speaking about the address, if there's a place when you go in, and I am going to actually go in and show very quickly how to do this, but there's a little blue bar when someone puts in their address. If you don't, it says verify address. If people don't do that or skip it, your address doesn't exist within the mapping. What that means is if any of us use the mapping system to launch a notification, it doesn't know that that address exists because it hasn't been geocoded. So this is really, really important that people realize this. And when we go through, I'll show you. We've already seen, Larry and I were in, and he's been working on this a lot more than I have. But one of the things we see is sometimes on address, people have put the whole address. They'll put, say 2 South Green Street, Sonora, California, 95370, all in one line. Then it asks for your address, your zip code, your state, and your city. It needs to be in that right order. If you put it all in one line, it doesn't find it. It's looking for a street name and a number. Is there anything you want to add on that? That's it? Okay. All right. So, again, I'm just going to go over some quick things here. What we also liked about Everbridge is, again, when you opt in, you're able to select, there are up to 25 different ways to be notified. And it requires at least 2. So all of these are ways that someone can be notified. You can choose in there to put your text. You can be texted. You want to be called, home, cell, spouse, girlfriend, boyfriend, mother, father, whatever phones you want can be in here. Emailed, pagers, fax, your Android, your iPhone. And then on here, as you see, when someone has selected the priority, that is the way the system will do those who have opted in. It will take the way that they have prioritized. If they haven't registered, it will automatically go into home phone first. So another reason to go in there and register.
A good thing about that is if it tries your iPhone first, as the slide shows, and you respond or you accept the message, it quits trying. So you don't get 14, in this case, 7 messages. You get 1 or 2, whatever it takes for you to actually acknowledge that you've received it, and then it stops telling you. So it's not like it's repeating the same thing over and over again.
So this slide is what Larry just spoke to. So as you can see with these different individuals, they have all have their ways that they want to be communicated to, and as soon as they are confirmed, it stops trying. Now, obviously if someone doesn't listen, if they hang up, it comes back as a non-confirmed notification. And then at the end, you'll see under Tom, it says, he didn't respond to any of these. We will see that as well, and we can resend the notification to those who did not respond at all in an effort to try and notify them again. And then this system offers 2 different mobile applications. A mobile application for the manager. So as of right now, I can sit in a parking lot off of my phone anywhere that I have a signal, and I can launch notification. I can even record the message that I want it to have sitting in my car or in a building or wherever I need to go. Now, on the off side, this doesn't do with the member, the manager app, but I can also say I don't have access to my phone or to a signal. I can also pick up and call an 800 number, and they will launch it for me, and I can tell them exactly where I want it to go. So it's not just laptop, phone, any type of device that we may have, desktop. There's many different ways that we can launch these notifications.
Question, how is that protected? We don't want everybody to have that capabilities.
From in here,
For you have, obviously you have a password.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
we don't want anybody else to know.
correct.
that.
So
Okay.
what we have was, when we set this up, so some of us are set up as administrators, and we decide who gets access to what. And so some will only have access to launch notifications, and those, it's very clear within the Sheriff's Department, they're the ones who will be most often launching these notifications for us. But the staff there knows who it is that's able. I think it's from lieutenant up, a fire chief, one of us. There's a policy within the dispatch, and they're well aware of what that is and when to launch. And then there's a mobile app for your member as well. And each of these are at no cost. So like for myself, I have an iPhone. I go to the store where I look it up, and there's no cost. I have them both loaded onto mine. What's nice about the member app is it pushes to it. So just like with your email and all those others, for those of you who have your iPhones or Android, if we send something out and you've listed that you have your app, it will actually go to that quicker because it's its own system, and it will automatically push to those mobile apps. So they'll get it no matter what, the quickest among all of those different platforms. Okay, so The notifications, I'm not going to go through all the different types of notifications, but there are two primary, and one of them is a standard notification. And you'll see on here, it's a recorded message. It goes out as a text, an email, and we'll tell them, like this says, please shelter on site until further notice. And then we get to see, as you see there, how many confirmed, how many, and it'll tell us where they confirmed to. Was it voice, was it email, however they confirmed. And then it will tell me how many it was not able to get a hold of as well. There is one other way that we can do notifications that is actually, I really like this, is that we can do a polling. And essentially, we ask individuals information. And so, say we're trying to do an evacuation, or we're telling them to please shelter on site, we can actually ask when they confirm, to confirm with specific information. So as you see here, if someone is safe and they're going to stay where they are, they're confirming, yes, we've received this message, we'll stay here. They can let us know that they're currently safe but cannot secure their location. If they need assistance, or if they have an urgent, immediate need, they can push that. And we will begin seeing all of these as they flood back into the system. And then we get the results, and it also will tell us how did each one of those respond. And we will begin getting a feel. Are people responding more by cell phone, by landlines, by emails, instant messaging? So before we go into actual launching any of these, do you guys have any questions? Because I will show you how to register, and we will also show you how to launch a notification.
First of all, I think this is excellent. I think one of the critical components to success is going to be getting people signed up. So I think we're going to need to have a pretty aggressive campaign. And I was just curious if you have developed that yet. I could think of a lot of different ways to reach out to people. A lot of people don't use computers and things like that, or different types of media. So, you know, we're going to need to probably have a different strategy for different, you know, demographics.
Absolutely.
But
And-
what is the plan?
So right now, you may have already seen, we put something, the newspaper's already carried this. I am working with KVML. They will also begin putting something out, so I reached out both BJ and Tracy. I'm also, as I mentioned, some of the service clubs, but also working with human services agencies, so both social services, public health, behavior health can start enrolling their clients and helping them through that process. So any of our county agencies. Also, Commission on Aging, Area 12 Agency on Aging, and Catholic Charities. And then Mo and I have discussed at the library having a little placard and having actually a little memorized site, so people who come in and use the computers at the library. So working with the tribe, we've been reaching out to a lot, the operational areas, the fire chiefs. So systematically trying to reach out to each of the different groups that we have. I've already sent it to Joe Silva, who has now also disseminated the information to all of his superintendents, all of their employees, and asked them to make it available to also family members. So trying to get it at least out there. We'll make some posters of sorts, which they have actually provided to us. Everbridge has, that has a thing along the top saying, if we we can't reach you, we can't help you. So, and also open to any suggestions that you may have for other
I was thinking
ways.
the hospital,
Perfect.
the community services districts, homeowners associations. I know Twain Harte has a huge mailing list.
Yes, they do.
There's community newsletters like that. I try to get in all of them, the link. And then I was thinking about doing a mailer. I think that could be expensive and may not be worth it. But I was thinking there may be a lot of people, like I said, that don't have electronic access. And I don't know if we have a paper form where people could submit it and somebody could enter it for them. Maybe get volunteers or somebody to do that. I don't know if the sheriff's volunteers or there, different groups like that. You said, community service groups may be able to help us also. But I can see a lot of elderly people that don't have internet access, not having a way to type it in.
Right.
So, yeah.
That was one of my concerns, was the people that don't have computer access and a lot of the elderly. And I was going to suggest you perhaps contact the Commission on Aging and or the Senior Center, both.
Yeah, which
And
I've already done, yes, absolutely.
Because I think they could probably access that population a little easier than we can.
Absolutely, yeah.
On the health fair, at the,
Yes.
yeah, have a booth at all the different little kind of events, actually.
I was just thinking about Area 12 could push this, and possibly our Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
Different ones could push it to their business members.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay.
So,
What I want to do, and this really won't take too long, is I would like to just briefly go through the process. I know I had a few responses even from our own board members that it was kind of difficult. And first of all, for any county employees, this is, and people who are a little more used to doing these types of things when you're registering, if you're not registered, it says right on here, don't have an account, sign up. For those who are county staff, it's not your county login, username, and password. This is something you're going to create new. So I created something, to remember what I did. I've already done mine, but I wanted to do something just a little bit different so we could show the process of what it is to go ahead and register in the system. So I already created my own brief login so that we could go through this process. So for anyone to go in, you'll need to create your username and a password, and that password will need to have 8 digits, and some of those will need to be a number and or a special sign. And then it'll ask you for a series of information. Again, most important, you want to put in all of your different types and modes of communication. When someone goes in, this is the screen they'll see: first name, last name, email address, all the different ways in which they can be notified. For myself, I have my cell phone on here and then my work email because I've gone in as an OES coordinator. But you will see you have primary email, primary cell, primary, your home phone, your work phone, secondary cell, secondary email. There are a lot of different options that someone can choose. Once you save that, you do have to have a minimum of 2. It will not allow you to move on without at least filling out 2 of those methods. Then you'll go into My Locations, and this is where I'm going to put County Admin, and we're going to put the actual address. Now this is where I was talking about this little blue bar on the bottom. It says Verify Address. And this is what it looks like when it comes up, when it finds your address. So I can automatically click on this and do this as my location. Now if it wasn't, you could click on here, and this is where you can drag it around. Most likely you're probably not going to find your exact location if you drag your pin somewhere. What do you think, Claire? You think they're going to...
Yes, you can, with your mouse, you can click on the A and actually move the pin.
Here we go. So if you were to do that, you can actually move it.
And, you know, it says, here's what you've done. Of course, it gives you lat-long coordinates, but that's kind of gibberish to the user. But you can also zoom into this map, and you can show the satellite. So you can actually find your footprint of your house, in a sense, and drop it right on your house if that's what you want to do. So, because the reality is, you know, when we do notifications geographically, they're usually either based on a polygon-type shape that the user, like Tracy or the dispatch, would do by using a sort of a simplified GIS tool. Or you would pick a point and you'd say, I want to notify everybody within a quarter mile of this point, it's a spill or whatever. And so it can buffer out and grab all those points. So it's just going to grab wherever you drop that point is where it'll attempt to select all the points that meet whatever the defined area that you're trying to select for. So it is, you know, it doesn't have to be exact, but it has to be in the right neighborhood. And this just gives you an opportunity to say, does this look close? And if it looks close, you're good to go. But it's important to do this. If you don't do the verify location, you've created an entry, you added an add-in account and a record for yourself, but you haven't told the system where you are or where this point is. So that's really valuable.
So in this case, it comes up. I can see the address. That's a correct address. So I tell it, this is my location. And here's where I can add another. So if I wanted to add my home, children's daycare, whatever you might want to add, another piece of property, another home, a rental, whatever you might have, your parents' house, you can put as many as you want. And when those addresses are selected for notification, then you too would be notified.
And just to amplify that, when you look at that and you see that, you know, the location, you put your place of business, whatever that is, but that address where it says address, it's looking for the street number and the street name. It's not looking for Sonora, California 95370. If you do that, the geocoder may fail. It may not find your location. So that gets added in those fields down below. So that's an important point.
Okay, so as we go through, now I'm like, each of these. Now it's telling me my address. This is where my information, you get to select all those other information that you can volunteer. Now, it's important everyone realize this information is not shared. This information is stayed here and it's used for emergency purposes only. So here, there are a whole list of things such as maybe they have home care assistance, life-sustaining equipment, they're mobily impaired, any of those types of things. There may be vision impairment. They're letting us know that they may have access and functional needs. And we are required to give a higher level of service to those with access and functional needs, as you can imagine, because they need assistance during a time of emergency. This is how we can get to them without waiting for that phone call to come in when it may be too late to get to them. We are trying to do everything we can to get that information out, which is why we're working with all these other agencies for them to help get people registered so that they can offer that information to us. They can also tell us what kind of skills they may have. Are they an emergency medical technician? Are they CERT trained and certified? Maybe they're a licensed clinician for mental health. And then maybe they have, it's a business, or maybe you have some at home. I mean, different people have different types of chemicals, different types of hazardous materials. You can let us know that that exists on your property.
It also emphasizes why it's important that people not just sign up, but if something changes in their situation, that they go in and change that. If that person who's in their house who's impairment and needs assistance to be evacuated leaves, then they should go take that person out. Because the reality is, in a rimfire type disaster, you know, we're talking strike teams from out of county, they're going in, they're maybe sent to a particular neighborhood, and using these tools, we maybe send them to a particular house to try to evacuate somebody who left 6 months ago. And, you know, you're putting someone at, basically, a strike team essentially at risk, which is not fair. So it's not only important to sign up, it's important to keep it up to date.
Is there a way to send out notifications periodically requesting that they update? Or, you know, and they can respond? It looks like there's ways they can respond. You know, is all the information that you have entered for your Everbridge account accurate or up to date or something like that?
Yep. You can send them at any time for any reason, and so it could simply be, this is a
Reminder,
this is just
please
an
update.
Annual reminder to please go in and
Yeah.
update your information.
Yeah.
So absolutely. This system also would allow us to, we've talked about internally back in, I think it was 2007, when we had the snowstorm, and the decision was made to have employees stay at home if at all possible so that they weren't out on the roads. This system, once we load all the employees in it, could be used just for internal purposes as that as well. So when department heads are trying to notify the others, you only go to those who haven't already confirmed, and you don't, so it can be used for many, many different types of purposes. The other thing is, as we've talked about on here, I have now verified my address, as you saw me do in here. If I leave that blank, and we do have, as of this morning, I looked, there's 197 who have registered. However, out of those, last I looked, there were 17 who, again, we can run all these reports in different ways. So I look at who has opted in and who has not geocoded. And when I look at that, we had about 17. Some of those we fixed because they put all their information in one line, so I can go in there and just fix those. But what we do have are emails and phone numbers. So we have a way to communicate with them, to ask them to please go back in and enter their address, so that otherwise without that address, if we use a mapping system, they will not be notified. So that is one of the most essential and critical components of registration.
Is there a tool for media or anything like that to be notified, just generally anytime a notification goes out?
They can go and
Is that-
opt in. In fact, I've already seen a few of our local media representatives who have opted in. Now, I don't know that they've opted in probably personally as well, but I know even on our website, this is now on the county website. It takes you also to the OES page where people can get this. But they can register as well. You can register for any reason.
But what I'm thinking of is the fact that it would be restricted by the boundary of the polygon.
Right, right.
Is there a way to do
Well, we can add anyone
an
else.
override to where you could get any notification, or say like I'm the chairman of the board, so I'm the guy, the emergency
director,
guy, right?
yes.
So is there a way that I could register to get any notification? That way I know, oh shoot, they just sent out a message for, this area, or I think,
I'm not sure that the system would allow you to get one no matter what, other than staff would automatically know that, that obviously our OES.
you guys are probably going to call me anyways,
We-
but just in
you're
general,
not
say
getting
I'm
the
not
one
around
from
and you can't get a hold of me. I know when Twain Hart, the dam started having problems, I got messages on one line from Maureen, but I didn't get them until hours and hours later. I got a call from the sheriff also, and he was able to reach me on my cell phone, so I was out there. But sometimes, you know, I'm in areas where the cell phone doesn't work, but I get texts or, you know, there's just,
You can create, additional groups. So your group can be populated by, you could take, right now we have county citizens and county employees right now. Those are only two groups. We can have as many groups as we want. And the groups can be populated by, you take a spreadsheet of people's names and phone numbers.
Yeah.
And that's a particular group. Could be
A media group,
Could be a Board of Supervisors group. And so you just have that. And then when you do some kind of notification, you grab that group along with whatever else is geographically certified. So you can do that.
yeah, I think that would be great. I could see, you know, certain county employees may not live in the county, but they would, you know, definitely be important to be notified in certain situations. So it'd be interesting to see how we could develop some of those groups and apply that.
So the other thing
all the
is.
supervisors live here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
supervisors
think you
better
guys are all-
live here.
Yeah. So the other thing you do besides just a group is a rule. And a rule, I've already created a rule for Board of Supervisors in which once everyone is registered, it will automatically populate all of that information. And so all I do is add that rule to it. And so you'll see the one I'm going to actually send out here in a minute, I created a rule for all of those who have registered. So when we send out this notification, this test in just a few minutes, it's actually going to go
To everyone?
automatically. There's a rule already set up. To anyone who's registered, it's automatically going to pull those and send it. So if I have a board member, I designate you as a board member, it will automatically pull those and send them as well.
So you could designate it also for districts, say there's something in District 4, so, you know,
Well, we-
District 4 supervisor gets notified.
We can also, when you draw your polygons for what area you want to define as your area of interest, you can preset, we can add in what we call shape files, which are GIS files, and so we can have preset files that have District 4. So we can notify everyone in District 4 for whatever reason. So this is not designed to be limited to only
Yeah.
emergency services, but how many robocalls do you want at your house? So you don't
Yeah.
really, right, so you have to be judicious on how you use it.
Yeah.
But, yes, we can do something like that.
Last question, I know I'm asking a lot here. Is there ways to overlay polygons to where the severity of the notification can be different? To where, say, like within an immediate boundary, you've got, is there that type of I know.
That's a little complicated, but you would do different notifications depending on what area you wanted to pick.
I was
So-
thinking about rim fire when there were, evacuations, and there's
Yeah.
kind of different levels of it.
Yes.
And there were people that were kind of way outside of harm's way, but just because of the, the general concern and just trying to be prepared, they were notified. But it kind of alarmed people probably
Yes.
more than it possibly could have been necessary to do. So I could just see that being something that could be valuable.
Yeah, so what you can do different things. One thing that's nice with this is you can create and attach it to an event. So say we have rimfire, and the sheriff tells me, we're going to do this. These are the people that I need to leave right now. These others need to be prepared. So you would send two different notifications.
You can, okay.
Yeah, you just send, and we can have as many shapes and, meaning even different locations. He may say, we have a spot here on this part of the county. I need these people notified. On the same notification, I'm going to have a spot here on this part of the county that he needs to be notified as well. So we can do, it's unlimited with what you can do on the mapping system.
Good.
Again, it's really about those who have registered,
Administrative.
or for those we do have some issues that Larry's working through right now that have been uploaded through AT&T and Comcast that Pinecrest permittees as an example.
Right. Like I said, the addressing that's associated with the phone numbers is a little iffy. And so we've still have, several hundred that are not geolocated. We don't have any addresses in the county that are 0, for example, but that table has zeros. And then the Pinecrest permittees, they're not addressed by street number, they're addressed by their lot number, which is that's how their lease is with the Forest Service.
So they don't really technically have an address. They don't get mail delivery typically. They use a box. So we're dealing with that and narrowing this group down to as small as we can manage.
And our mobile homes very much the same way you had explained too, so.
Right. Mobile homes typically have either it's either a spot number, space number,
Yeah.
or it's based on their mail drop box. Or sometimes they have road names, but they're not really official road names, they just name them. And that's really one of the issues with some of the several hundred, that there's not a lot of checking on the case of the phone companies. If someone gives them a street with a number, well, that street may not actually exist. You know, people have driveways that they put posts up and they call it something, but that's not official. You know, they're really mono-way, they're not haystack something. So you have to, you know, we have to sort through that and try to get that squared away too.
How come mobile member isn't allowed with my account?
A mobile member, is that what you
Yeah,
said?
I just downloaded the app and it won't let me log in on my phone.
Really? Well, we'll have to play with that. I'm not sure why
Okay.
that's happening. Well, maybe it's your, remember we
User
talked-
error.
Case, sometimes they're case sensitive and you got it this time.
No, I can get on with this, but I
But
can't
not-
get
Okay,
on
well, we'll
with
play
that.
with that and see what's going on. That's good.
Maybe you've been rejected.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what the, when we log into the system, this is what it looks like. And it is very intuitive and very user-friendly. It is one of the reasons I think all four of us said immediately, this is the one we liked out of the rest. This shows you some of the past, we sent out for Twain Hart Lake, so it gives me some initial information. Universe, this is our map. And real quickly, I'm just going to show you one of the concerns that Sue had with dispatch was during the fire, the sheriff would come in and say, I need everyone, I'm making something up, Jim, just so you know. Everyone, I'm going to make up an address because I don't know anyone's address on Ferretti Road, but say we said we want everyone within this county building, so everyone from 2 South Green Street. And we're going to look for it here. It's going to find it. And he says, I want everyone within a 1-mile radius to be sent a notice that they need to, maybe they need to stay indoors or something that's unsafe going on outside. So it's going to show me, here's where this is. And let's go, I wonder if we, let's see. Oh, it helps if I click on it and then show on map. Okay, so here's a 1-mile radius. Let's just close this. There are, and it tells me up here how many contacts are there. There's 3,699 contacts within that 1-mile radius. So when we would begin to launch that notification, from here, I would just begin the process, draft the message, and it would go. Now here, there are several different ways we can get to doing notifications. New notification, we go through. It also allows us, when we decide that it's a high priority, and the reason is there are a lot of the different customers that you saw who use this. There's colleges and different private, they use it to communicate with their staff. Some of them have thousands of staff. So you're able to do a high priority message, which will put our message above and beyond anything else. It's considered life and death, and therefore it goes out at a much higher priority. We give it a title, we create the body. We can include a voice recording, and we did find out during the Twain Hart Dam. With the first one, we did not do a voice recording. We let it do, it does its own. Not a good idea. I had it also call our office so we could listen to it, and we decided it just did, like Tuolumne, I think was to me. It did not emphasize in the right places or pronounce anything correctly. So we won't do that again. So it's very, very easy. All I do is click use telephone. I ask for recording instructions. I call this number. I give it the code. I record what I want. It saves it. I push save recording, and then that's it, and we can move on. The next thing is I tell it how I want it to go. Standard, remember that was just a brief one. They will be asked to confirm no matter what. Polling, I'm going to ask for a little bit more information, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the other one is a conference bridge. If for any reason we needed to get, say we needed to get a hold of the board, and Craig could say, I want you to put out a conference notification right now, and all of you would push a button on your phone, and you would be instantly put into a conference call with us. So if there were that type of an emergency, we could utilize it. I don't foresee us using this a lot, but it is available. And then we tell it, what do we want it to use? CMAS is actually the iPause, and that's the one where you use the FEMA network, or we use Everbridge. And down in here, we have all these, so we look at individuals, the groups as Larry spoke to, or rules, a certain type of individuals that we want, or we can go to the map. And the map you've seen, we can select any type of shape, size, whatever we want, or search for a specific address. And then here, it just tells us all of the general information, and then you literally, if you want to save it as an event, I name it. Like if we had Rimfire, I put Rimfire, and I push send, and it immediately starts going. So what we're going to do is actually launch one right now. And this one, you will see I've set it up. It's an Everbridge communication drill. I've announced who we are. This is a communication test. And we're thanking them for registering for the citizen opt-in and how important it is that they've done that. And then I've already recorded a message exactly of what's on the message that you see that will go in text and email format. And I've used a rule. And the reason I'm not bringing this up is I'm not bringing up people's actual information. If I show you, it'll put people's names, phone numbers, and addresses. That's the only reason I'm not doing that. It tells me all of the information here, and then what I want to do is I'm going to send it now. And then we send it. That's how easy it is. Now you're going to see it's going to start coming up. As people start getting phone calls and texts and emails, and they start to confirm, we'll actually see it. And so with time, everyone's phones or whatever should begin ringing. I didn't look, like I said, this morning, I had as many as 197 different individuals who had registered. And again, only less than 20 had a problem with their geocoding. Woohoo.
Got it.
So as you confirm, this will, now see it's coming up. There were 202 sent out, so we even had more registered since we've been sitting here. So it's telling us right now that we have 190 not confirmed, and for some reason there are 12 who are unreachable. And this literally is real time and will continue to come back. And as you are now confirming, it's going to come back in and tell me. And that's how simple and easy it is to send the notification.
Can you send pictures?
I don't know if we can send pictures. I haven't tried. I don't think there's a place in there to do an attachment.
I figured you could do recordings. I was thinking that could be useful if you had, an individual that was a threat, or I don't know, a car, a vehicle. I don't know. That's something the sheriff.
I haven't seen. I'll ask. That's a
Look
good
into it.
question. Yeah, I mean, maybe he wanted to send out a picture of someone if there was someone dangerous out in the community.
Yeah, prisoner was escaped, or who knows.
Yeah.
Sheriff, somebody gets out of the jail, sleeping on the job.
So Tracy, I wouldn't want people thinking that the only way they're going to get a message is if they're registered.
Correct.
So we actually had to launch it first time when we had the problem with the Twin Heart Lake, the dam, and there was releases of water. We wanted to notify people down that watershed, stay away from the water. So what happened in that case, because people hadn't registered? We designated an area, sent a message. Who got that message?
So what we utilized the mapping system. And again, when I spoke to our IT analyst being very concerned that the information from both AT&T and Comcast is uploaded into the system, it is. There are, 32,000?
Between 31 and 32,000 total.
So what happened was we sat down and we literally had to take the waterway, and we mapped it out, and it pulled up everyone who had a landline within that area. It pulled them up into the system, and we launched notifications to each of those individuals along that waterway.
But if you want cell phones and emails,
It's the
you have
only
to
way we
register.
can get cell phones. The landlines are in there, and address associated with those the landlines are in the system. But the only way we can get to cell phones, other than utilizing an iPod, which for something like the dam, we definitely would have utilized something like that. But the only way we can get cell phones is through this way. There's no other way that we can access that information. So it is essential that people go in and register. And they can offer that additional information or register other sites, their children's school, again, different locations.
Yeah, just a comment on that, because we did get some folks that called back, and they were confused. I would say some were frustrated because of the horrible audio message that went with it. So we learned, record it. Don't use the automatic system to speak it, because it didn't do a very good job. But we had some people that called, just wanted to clarify. And I remember one individual called back to the office, and he was so concerned about kids that could be down in the waterways. He took it upon himself, understanding it better, to go down, and he patrolled the area to make sure kids were out of that waterway. So it was working.
Yeah, trying to think if we've forgotten anything. I think that's it. Any
All
other
right.
questions? Or as you can see right now, we have 69 who have confirmed already.
Cool.
So, yeah. And so far, we have 11 unreachable. That means for whatever reason, they're not responding at all at this point. Oh, we have 11. So someone picked up or something, a path worked that they had indicated.
Okay.
So one of the reasons, this is an important tool, for us for a number of reasons, as Tracy's gone through. The other reason we wanted to do this today, because we talked about the grand jury, there was a section in there for OES. This is one of the recommendations from the grand jury, which we have absolutely responded to with this new technology.
All right. Any
I
other-
think it's great. So as you talked about a policy for sending out messages. Is that something that, how was that developed? I don't remember seeing that.
Well, that specific one is actually, that would need to be the sheriff or undersheriff answering. That's a policy within their own department.
Okay.
Sue had spoke to. It's not a policy that came from OES. That's something that his staff responds to, and he set up what that hierarchy is within
Okay.
his department.
So that's just for their policy then?
That's for their policy.
Do we have a general policy? Because I could see Vicky, say there's, a mountain lion and it's killing cattle or something or sheep, and they want to notify people that, that could be a situation. I could think of a whole bunch of different scenarios, but having some kind of a general policy so it's not, there's some consistency and there's some kind of, check and balance to it.
We
Probably-
don't. In the past, it's been OES or Sheriff's Department that have been the initiator of those notifications, and Supervisor Brennan and I discussed that same type of thing. Even if, say, when we sometimes have cattle that get out on the road and it's creating an unsafe, is there a way to notify anyone in that area of what's happening? So I think there's a lot of room here for us to negotiate and utilize this system in ways that it's never been used before for us.
Okay. I'd be interested in looking at that, like at a policy
Okay.
level. And I'm sure it's something that would change over time as we learn how to
I think
use
it's
it
good.
completely. But anyways, I think this is great. Is there any questions from the public? Would anyone like to come up? Hola, senor.
A sigh before I even come up? I'm not asking for any money.
Something unusual.
Yet. Thank
I'm
you.
glad you're here. Let's see what you got.
Jim Mealy, Sheriff. We support, obviously, this, and kudos to the team that Tracy headed. She's put a lot of time and effort into this. It's a fantastic tool. However, I do want to warn you, having students at Sonora High School, we have calls constantly from the high school. Game, your student wasn't there, and you begin to become, you start to not listen to those things. You start to just to delete them. I already know that my child wasn't at school. I already know that this event was taking place. If you use this system too often, and not at the priority that it was intended, in my opinion, coming from an emergency standpoint, people will not use it. They will just push it aside. So when you talk about that policy, we really do need to sit down and prioritize, not to say that cattle running around on the highway is not important. It is. However, is there another avenue that we can do? So those, I just want to
Don't cry wolf too much and
Exactly.
desensitize people.
Exactly.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you. So do you think a committee, just a little informal staff committee, and can bring something to us, or how, what do you recommend?
We've actually done a protocol for this type of system before, and we've definitely worked with the emergency groups to make sure that we're in agreement with that. It gets more complicated. Some of the things that Tracy had mentioned, for example, we want to do department notifications like a phone tree of sorts. That's another level of approvals and so forth. So we're going to have to freshen up what we have, and we could certainly do that internally and bring it to the board so you can see and give your 2 cents to that.
Can Debbie send out a message, remember to vote? Is that an emergency? No?
Yeah.
I bet you would.
And we're going to put Debbie's
Those are the
phone
questions I
number
think
as
we
the
need to-
ID in there, yes.
Yeah, those are the questions I think we need to answer and look at.
We do have, I'm sorry, excuse me, stepping in here. We do have a policy, and the policy is that that if we're going to do this, it has to come from the sheriff, the undersheriff. And if it is an emergency, then a lieutenant can do that, can access that. So we do have some protocol in place. The other thing I mean, Tracy gave a great overall view of this, but we have to remember this is electronic. It is only a tool, and the public got very upset on the rim fire and the dam. There are limitations to this. This is not, you're not going to be standing out in the middle of wherever you are and then get this text if you don't sign up. There are limitations to our data plans in the county, so know that. If the power goes out, we
lose, yeah.
Most of us do not have landlines. You have that electric phone, and when the power goes out, you no longer have a phone because the power is not on. So you have to have an actual direct line, hard line into the wall where you can pick up the phone. So there's a lot of things that this can do, but there's a lot of things that it cannot do or replace. So just want to put that out there.
Yeah, one of the things that makes me think about Jim is also, there was a question, if I don't receive a notification, does that mean I don't need to leave my home? And we had those calls during the rim fire where if you're truly fearful for your family, of course, you shouldn't wait for someone to come to your door for a phone call. You need to take your family and do what's what you feel is right at that moment. So don't wait for the phone call. Don't wait for a deputy or a fireman to come to your door. If you're feeling unsafe, take the initiative on your own and do what you need to do.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Any other public comment? Here we go.
Hello, Board. David Wells, new postmaster for Sonora. And as far as the registering and everything, I just want to let you know that if you find an area that you're not getting people to register and everything, EDDM mailing is an opportunity to inform those customers, buy a piece of mail, and it's only at 17.5 cents a piece. So it's economic. Thank you.
You got that?
You got it.
All right. Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. I guess this is informational only. Last chance. Board, any other comments or questions?
Looks good.
Looks good.
Just my comment is I did have some difficulties, probably my fault, but I'm going to try it again and hope I can get through it.
That's the old dog, new trick.
That's true.
Problem.
I shouldn't be able to use my credit card online. I just couldn't.
We'll get you registered. We can make it happen.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
some reason, neither device I can get in through the mobile app.
Okay. Well,
I can get in going to the website, mine, but for some reason, the mobile app isn't enabled for my account. Okay.
And I think your cell phone was up there, so if anybody has trouble, they can just call you, Tracy.
Yeah, at the main office line would be good, yes.
I'm just kidding, yeah. Do you have that number? Can we say that for people?
Yes, it's 533-5511.
All right, thank you.
2 o'clock in the morning on your cell phone?
Okay.
Yeah, we do have people who do that,
All right, so we are on, I believe we're at 17. Yeah, could you please read that, Alicia?
Consideration of
Tracy.
approving an agreement with the United States Department of Agriculture, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services, Wildlife Services for wildlife damage management.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Vicki Helmar, Agricultural Commissioner. Before you today is our annual agreement with USDA Wildlife Services for wild damage management. For the past 18 years, a USDA Wildlife Services specialist, also known as the county trapper, has been assigned to reduce, terminate, and prevent predation and damage to livestock, crops, and other property caused by wildlife through the safe, selective, and environmentally sound techniques. Services are not only provided to our agricultural community, but much of the specialist work is performed in urban and residential areas protecting the health and safety of homeowners. During 2013, Wildlife Service specialists removed 323 depredating animals from Tuolumne County. These animals were responsible for over $200,000 in damages. In addition, specialists provided technical assistance to 565 projects countywide to aid property owners in dealing with depredating animals through non-lethal methods of exclusion and resource property management. The chart on the first page of your memo summarizes the animals removed and the technical assistance provided during 2013. Although I have no official data for 2014, we have seen an increase in the number of calls regarding mountain lions and bears this year. The Wildlife Services Agreement is funded through the Agricultural Commissioner's budget, and the county pays 90% of the total cost of the program. For fiscal year 2014-15, the county's cost for a wildlife specialist will be $71,656, a 1% increase from the previous fiscal year. Because of increased revenues, the Agricultural Commissioner's Office will be able to fund the entire portion of the county's share of wildlife service specialists and will not need the support contributed in previous fiscal years from the Tuolumne County Fish and Game Preservation Fund. The Agricultural Commissioner's Office included the county's cost for this program in the 2014-15 budget, which was adopted on September 2nd. This year's agreement includes both the 4-year master cooperative agreement for the period July 1, 2014 through June 30th, 2018, and the annual financial work plan for fiscal year 2014-15. I request that your board approve this agreement with USDA and authorize the chair to sign the master cooperative agreement. I also request that you authorize the county administrative officer to execute the 2014 annual financial work plan and all future annual financial work plans covered under the master agreement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Also, Wade Carlson, the USDA program supervisor, is also here to answer any questions.
Thanks, Vicki. John?
Yeah, just, you did note in your memo that the Wildlife Fund has been contributing to that in the past, and I think it's good that we've finally been able to pick up the entire cost. But I want to thank that group for their support through the process.
Thank you.
All right.
Supervisor Gray beat me to that. I sit on that committee and would really like to thank them for keeping that program alive and helping with the funding I think they've done it the last 4 years, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing. Anything else? Thank you, Vicki.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
I'll move
Yeah.
on recommendation, and I would like to comment, the services that our trapper provides are just invaluable to the county. We'd be in a lot of trouble without them. This is a bargain.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you, Vicki. Okay, item 18.
Consideration of adopting a resolution accepting claims for excess proceeds from tax default property sales, authorizing the distribution of excess proceeds from the sale.
Good morning. Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. In 2013, the Tax Department sold tax defaulted properties at a public auction. Some of those properties sold for more than the minimum bid, thereby creating excess proceeds. Parties of interest have submitted claims for those proceeds, along with proof supporting their claims, which is Attachment A. The required waiting period for claimants has now expired. County Council has validated the claims, as well as the recommended distribution schedule, which is Attachment B. Per Revenue and Taxation Section 4675, the authority to administer these claims rests with the Board of Supervisors. I am requesting the board approve a resolution accepting the claim for excess proceeds from the 2013 tax defaulted property sale and authorize the distribution of the excess proceeds from that sale.
Questions? Thank you. Public comment? Can I get a motion?
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Could the clerk please read item 19?
Consideration of approving the Tuolumne County fiscal year 2013-14 budget adjustments and accepting the annual report of all budget transfers needed if a department exceeds its total appropriation for the audit by the Auditor Controller's Office.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Batista, and I'm the County Clerk and Auditor Controller. And as I think I've told every independent board member, over the next 4 years, I plan to come to the board with different policies and procedures that the Auditor's Office does so that we can formalize some of the different things and so that the next Auditor Controller will have very good guidelines to follow. And this was one of them. And in looking at the rules and the different government code sections, it was pretty clear that we have not been quite in compliance. And so what I'm asking your board to do is to approve some adjustments for 13-14, which I have already booked, and to come up with a policy that the Auditor Controller will come back with anything that is over the appropriations of a different budget. Just to kind of give you some backup, in 1984, the board authorized the Auditor Controller and the CAO to be able to do budget transfers inside a budget unit. But it is really clear under Government Code Section 29125, I think, that you cannot authorize us to increase any budget units total appropriation. In the past, what we did, which made total sense, and this is one of the examples where logic is overruled by code, that if it was minimal amount, like the first couple budget adjustments I'm asking you to approve, that at the end of the year, when the CAO would come to the board and they would do the final budget adjustments they would ask, they would also tell the board that the Auditor Controller, over a specified limit, would clean up any budget units. And if it was over that limit, then I would come back and report to you. And we don't have that happen very often. That's why you haven't seen a whole lot of reports. But if you read Government Code Section 29125, it says that you can designate the administrative officer or the auditor to approve transfers and revisions of appropriations within a budget unit, and for us, a budget unit is a department, if the overall appropriation of the budget unit are not increased. So me increasing the budget unit by $500 is in opposition of 29125. And 29130 that I also gave you, which I always knew about, but I have to be honest with you, every once in a while I would break, is that nobody has the authority to increase any revenue other than the Board of Supervisors. So what you have in front of you is for 2013-14, some budget units where there were some that were under the $10,000 limit that was established, and that there were some that were over the $10,000 limit. So that's my report to you, again, so that we could do year-end and get fund balances and all of that. These have already been booked, so you're kind of giving me permission after the fact. And then the second thing is that annually, the Auditor Controller will come to you with any budget adjustments that we have to do after year-end. The CAO's office and the Auditor's office already discussed some of the things that we can change so that we won't have too many to come to you, so that we will start booking the $2,000, the $1,000 changes that need to happen. The first couple departments that are on your list, they told in the budget process that they were going to be over. And so if we would have fixed that, then they would not be on the list. And starting in 14-15, we will fix that, and they won't be on the list. So here's the first. I need you to approve the budget changes I've already done, and then to establish an annual report to be given by the Auditor Controller, and it could be something that there were no other budget changes needed.
Thank you. Questions?
Just a comment, but looking at our size of our budget, these are pretty minor, aren't they?
Again, this is where logic is overruled by code.
Yeah, I understand. Mr. Chairman, I approve of, I move on staff recommendations.
Second.
Public comment?
And that was for both recommendations?
1 and 2.
Yeah.
Perfect. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the clerk please read item 20?
Consideration of providing staff direction on amending Chapter 1.10 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to the code compliance program, including the code compliance officer, time for prosecution, statute of limitations, permitting restrictions, and code compliance procedural timeframes.
Staff report?
Just give me a second, I actually have a presentation here. Good morning, Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drifdahl. Can y'all see this all right? Okay. So this item was last before your board on June 17th, 2014. We had actually brought forward a draft ordinance with quite a number of changes. At that June 17th meeting and in following discussions with individual board members, definitely got the sense that perhaps what we had brought forward back in June was a bit overambitious, and really here the item before you, first off, is just a discussion item with, we'd like to get direction to bring an ordinance back for you. But we understand that the, perhaps a larger conversation with regard to code compliance is warranted. But for this agenda item, we've really pared it down to the issues which require your board's immediate attention. So, and of course, if you have any questions, please feel free to interrupt me. I'm known to ramble. Here is the declaration of board policy. This is in our current ordinance. So this is section 1.10.010B. This is the statements that list out the policy of your board. And these are really guiding principles that staff uses in implementing this program. Violations of the code are injurious to the public health, safety, and welfare, and that the code compliance program is intended to promote and maintain a safe and desirable living and working environment by administering a fair and unbiased enforcement program to correct violations. This is a continuation of the policy, and this is really why do we have code compliance. Is that violations may affect the entire county or a large number of county inhabitants by impairing this safety of building occupants. For example, if a landlord is maintaining a rental that has, poor wiring, that really puts the tenants at risk. Harming the health and safety of neighborhood residents, or breaching the reciprocal rights and expectations of owners in zoning districts, i.e. if you buy a piece of property, the zoning rules are the rules that everyone in that area is supposed to follow. So if someone's not following those rules, it breaks the expectations of the property owners. And again, the general policy, and this is throughout our ordinance code, the general policy of the Board of Supervisors is that violations impacting the health and safety take priority over other types of violations. Those come first. So now, some violations are obvious. This is bad. We do not want this. Others may be more subtle, and Chief Building Official Doug Oliver can explain here that this is my understanding that this is a unpermitted addition where they've used railroad ties to hold up water tanks. Is that correct?
Correct. This violation has been abated. The owner wanted to add a little pressure to his well system, so he put water tanks above his rear exit door on its residents.
As someone not in the building industry, I would not look at this and go, that's bad. But understanding that railroad ties are not necessarily the most appropriate building material for holding up heavy tanks filled with water, that is why this one's a little bit more on the subtle side. And of course, the goal is compliance, that we're looking to increase property values, make things safer, make things better for both the residents and the county in general. A little bit of history of code compliance. Prior to 1999, each chapter of the ordinance code had its own enforcement mechanisms and procedures. Individual departments that were in charge of enforcing those chapters would handle the violations under their purview. So there was not necessarily consistency in the administrative enforcement approach. Also, the district attorney would prosecute code violations as misdemeanors. Now, this is still an option. It's not one we go to, though, because truly throwing Granny into jail for a zoning violation doesn't go over too well in the public, with your board, or frankly with staff. So in a little bit more history, there was a code compliance division. It had 2 investigators. In 2008, that division was cut, and that was due to budgetary constraints. And enforcement was returned back to the divisions that enforced those sections. So we're talking building and planning, which were under the umbrella of the Community Development Department. Environmental health, which at that time was under the Human Services Agency. And then solid waste and public works, which were under the Public Works Department. Since that time, all of those divisions are now under the umbrella of the Community Resources Agency. So in essence, I would say all of your code compliance violations are under the umbrella of the Community Resources Agency. It is very rare that any other departments make use of this program.
Vehicle abatement. That's
They don't-
different.
Right, but they have a different enforcement mechanism. They do not use our code compliance ordinance to do that. The board adopted a streamlined code compliance program in 2012. And the chief building official developed a procedures manual and coordinated the code compliance program from there. So code compliance today, our program is complaint driven. That is where the vast majority of our complaints come from. The code compliance ordinance, and I've listed the section, if you'd like to see the language, I can pull that up for you, does place limitations on how cases are initiated, in that should a member of a county employee see a violation, there are specific rules in place as to whether or not that can be addressed through the code compliance program. And then, once again, violations impacting health and safety take priority. I said, this is throughout the code compliance ordinance, and that's not just we've actually defined what that means, violation impacting health and safety, particularly because of the board's concerns about how that might be used. So our code compliance ordinance does include a definition of that. So this is how a complaint is processed today. The complaint is received, and I actually have our code compliance procedure manual, where this gets into the level of detail of where things are filed and who needs to be notified and the like. A complaint is received, an investigation is begun to confirm the violation. All of our complainants are anonymous. We treat them as anonymous. And so when the county confirms the violation, the county steps into the role as the complainant for that case. So we're not taking action on a word from an angry neighbor. It's that a member of county staff has seen the violation for themselves. Once the violation is confirmed, there's an opportunity to correct. And in that, our enforcement officers have the ability to work with the property owner to gain compliance. So if they're already working with the county to resolve the issue, most cases are being resolved at the opportunity to correct stage. And again, at the opportunity to correct stage, there is no penalties. If we're still having difficulty engaging with the property owner or responsible person, a notice and order can be issued. There's administrative appeal, and then the case would conclude with a final abatement order. Two interesting things in our code compliance ordinance. The first is a failure to prosecute. This basically says if the county, again, except for violations impacting health and safety, if the county does not reach a conclusion of the case within 2 years, we need to close the case. We don't want these cases to be impacting our residents if they feel that there's a cloud over their property. And it also is encouragement for the county to get her done, in essence. And then finally, statute of limitations. If a violation has been on the site for more than 5 years, then this is one where we're going to close the case and move forward. And this is one where this is actually part of the procedures manual that staff reviews the cases to see if they have been in place for more than 5 years. Yes.
That has an exception for health and safety, obviously.
For health and safety, yes. And it is one of the items, both of these items are ones that we have before you today requesting some amendments. First off, failure to prosecute. We want to make sure that that is, that 2-year time frame is because of the county's actions. If we've been working with the property owner and they've been requesting extensions, we don't want someone to just extend till the 2 years and then try to get out of it. That's really not what we're trying to do here. And then with the statute of limitations, an issue has come up that zoning violations cannot be grandfathered in. That's not, a zoning violation that's been in place cannot be grandfathered in. So we need to clarify that.
Building violations.
Building violations and things like that.
I think trash violations wouldn't be,
That's going to hit your health and safety.
Yeah.
But again,
some of the
if there's a barn that's been standing on a property for 20 years and they don't have record of a permit, but it's been under the snow for well, when we used to have snow, then really that's perhaps not the best use of our time to be chasing down. A little information about the types of complaints that we received. 2011, this would be under our former ordinance. 2013 is under our new ordinance. You can see that really our solid waste complaints have remained the same. Building and safety have really gone up because under our former ordinance, no permit violations came with a very nasty penalty. And since that time, we again, going towards compliance, we are finding more no permit violations than before. So the major item that we want to bring to your board's attention today is moving the code compliance officer out of the county council's office. The code compliance officer, when the original program was adopted in 1999, the county council was designated as that code compliance officer. I have no idea why. There's really the duties of the code compliance officer do not require legal review. This is not how other jurisdictions handle it. And so it's very, very odd. I love the badge. It's seriously so cool to have. But in essence, it's probably not the most appropriate use of your attorney's time to have a badge. Unless you want to give me an attorney badge, which I would also accept. So here is the list of code compliance officer duties. Again, compiling abatement costs, establishing the form of notice, directing the preparation of the abatement hearing report. To be perfectly honest, the chief building official has been doing these items since 2008. The penalty waivers and statute of limitations review we have continued to do. So what is the role of the code compliance officer? In essence, this is a position that is a clearinghouse to ensure the functionality, consistency, follow-through, and uniformity of the code compliance program. The way I see it is this is your air traffic controller for code compliance cases. One of the items that in our discussions with individual board members that came up often was wanting to ensure that there was sufficient checks and balances within the code compliance program. So what I've done is pull out the various points throughout the process where there are checks and balances. First off, determination of case priority. That comes directly from your board's direction that violations impacting health and safety take top priority. Those are our high value, the high importance cases. Issuances of opportunity to correct and notice and orders. The policy is to, whenever those get sent out, that board members are copied so that they know what's happening in their districts. These are also appealable to the board, and after a board appeal, the property owner or responsible person can also seek judicial review. These are the checks and balances that are written into the ordinance. Just to be clear, that there is also, our office works very closely with CRA staff whenever they're working on code compliance cases. So if there are issues that are coming up, it's there's also internal review happening as well. That's just not necessarily written into a section of the code compliance ordinance. Penalty waivers, the way they're addressed right now, it is the decision of the code compliance officer, and that is not currently appealable. However, we are here looking for your board's direction. So if there are changes that you'd like to see, that can be done. Again, with penalty waivers, we're talking about the penalties, which right now is 100, 200, 500 for regular violations, first, second, and third violations, and then 100, 500, 1,000?
Right.
And then more for building and safety violations. We have statute of limitations, which staff looks at, code compliance officer can also look at, and that decision is also appealable to your board. Failure to prosecute, the case must be closed if it's not finalized within 2 years. And summary abatement, this is where an issue is so imminent, such an imminent threat to public health and safety that we need to deal with it right away. As currently drafted, it needs concurrence of the department head and the code compliance officer, followed by a hearing before your board to confirm that it was the right decision. So your options with the code compliance officer, I've thrown up two. You've got, we could go with a division chief, supervised by a department head. If you are interested in moving specific duties of the code compliance officer to add more checks and balances, those could be shifted to the department head or the CAO. Sorry, Craig, should have mentioned that beforehand. Or if it was at the department head level, then penalty waivers and statute of limitations reviews could be shifted to the CAO. One thing to alert your board to is that a lot of times these cases are, they're not as obvious as the trash all over the ground. It may be the hidden railroad ties being used to hold up a structure. So when our office has handled these cases, we have worked closely with the chief building official and or whoever is investigating that case to understand what's going on behind there, because obviously Sarah and I do not have the expertise, and so we look to those on staff who do. Yes.
So, just to go back, there, within this ordinance and how it's applied, does it apply to multiple divisions, or is it just building and planning?
Right now-
Building, planning, is solid waste also?
it can be used to enforce any violation of the ordinance code. It is.
Parking,
Yeah, I mean, but.
fire, yeah.
In essence, it boils down to environmental health, public works with grading, building, planning violations, and solid waste. Occasionally, there will be fire.
So it is an umbrella over multiple divisions.
Correct. One request would be that in designating someone that it would give your board more flexibility if we do this designation by resolution rather than have it designated in the ordinance as it currently is. Because if it's designated by resolution, your board can change that a lot quicker if there's an issue.
Randy?
Back up one slide, please. I think it's one slide back. Okay. Penalty waivers are the decision of the code compliance officer.
Yes.
Statute of limitations are a decision of code compliance officer, but that one's appealable. And it seems to me that that would be nice if we could find a person or position in the county that is independent of CRA to do that. Then there is no conflict of interest when doing that. There's no potential for showing favoritism or whatever, no complaint like that. And I'd prefer personally prefer we find a way to have that independence.
Okay. Just to be clear on the statute of limitations, in the procedure manual, CRA staff in evaluating a complaint already looks at the 5-year thing. So truly when the code compliance officer is looking at that, it has already been looked at by staff.
I would agree with you, Randy.
I agree too.
I just think the reason being, checks and balances, you guys get to deal with some knuckleheads that can be a pain in the butt sometimes. And you're probably not too fond of them. And there's
that a technical term or a political term?
particular bias that you just can't avoid. So having some kind of an impartial view of that, I think, is more appropriate. So I don't know who that would be, but I just think it's a more,
I can count to 4 now.
Yeah.
The way the policy is established currently, based on the ordinance, is that the departments can decide for statute of limitations. They can decide to grant automatically, but should they decide they don't want to grant, they would go to code compliance officer, in this case, for concurrence or denial. What I hear you saying is that you'd prefer that if the code compliance officer is delegated to someone else, they have the ability to approve, but if they're going to deny, you want a second opinion from a higher source.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, here looking at I'm just looking at page 9 here of trying to be logical with this. You have 449 pending cases right now. And who are you going to find that's going to interject their opinion on 449 cases? I mean, reality has to come to the surface here.
Out of 449 cases, the statute of limitation requests and penalty waivers are relatively few. We maybe
Okay.
get one a month, 2 a month.
So we could separate out that one particular section
Oh, yeah.
and have oversight just on that particular section?
Yeah.
Go back to that slide again,
Which slide?
the checks and balances.
Okay.
Just so we
and
can see
just
which
so you
ones
can-
are which, because there's different situations with
Yeah.
different appeals.
If you look on page 3 of my memo, I have that in fiscal year 2012 to 2013, there were 10 penalty waiver requests and 14 statute of limitation requests over the course of the year.
What was the outcome of those, do you know?
Yes, I do. Let's see, for 2012, 2013, penalty waivers. Now, mind you, this was when we had the previous ordinance in place as well.
Yeah.
Part of the year, so there were much larger penalties. We
Yes.
had 6 waived in full, 4 were reduced in amount, 2 were denied, and 1 case was closed without decision.
Yeah.
Statute of limitations for 20, actually, these are combined. Statute of limitations, so this was under the new ordinance for the last 2 years. We had I can add 21 requests. 19 were granted, or I'm sorry, 9 were granted, 9 were denied for reasons such as it was a health and safety code violation, it had been less than 5 years since discovery, or one in particular, you can't put a gate across a public road. 2 were closed because the violations were corrected, and we still have 1 open.
Okay. So it's only a small fraction of the total caseload that's having to be applied to that.
That
But
is-
having some kind of appealable process, I think is good. Go ahead.
Why couldn't we add just in there that those penalty waivers can be appealed to the Board of Supervisors?
Absolutely.
We're already here.
We're
We can
doing it
make
to the
that
other
decision.
situations, just to apply to that too.
Yeah, give him the authority, or whoever's going to do it the authority, but if somebody does want a waiver and he doesn't get it, he can appeal it to the Board of Supervisors. Is that a simple
I think
way
so.
of doing it?
Absolutely.
Very good. Okay, so that solves that one. Additional questions? I've got one. As far as complaints go, you've said that it's a anonymous system, and basically after the complaint is filed, the county takes it over and becomes the complainer or whatever they're called. I'm interested in doing that a little bit different, and I think it needs to remain confidential, but instead of just erasing it completely, I think documenting that and keeping that in our case files would be a good thing. Just but keep it away from the person with the compliance issue. Is that something that could be done with the system that we have? I know with our electronic, the way we file those, you could say, here's the name and address of the person. It'd be interesting just to see, I know in some cases, I've got a situation with Duke where we've got like a neighborly dispute, and we get caught in the middle of those sometimes, and just knowing that and having that documented who's who probably isn't a bad thing. And just having statistics on, I'd be interested if as a supervisor, occasionally we get called into the situation, and just having that information is sometimes pertinent.
Just to add to that, the problem that I see is that when I get a call about, somebody complaining, they don't want to call the CRA department. They don't want to be involved in it, but they want it fixed. So they're looking at me to call up the CRA and say, can you look into this situation? So essentially, I'm probably the complaining party in a sense, but, I always try to tell people, be your own complainant. Please call. But if I go out and look at it and I see it's just an absolute obvious problem, then I'm compelled to call them up and say, hey, take a look at this.
Yeah, and sometimes you get 5 complaints, and that's something else that's valuable information. I get, certain situations where it's just so overwhelming, and I think that's something that can add to the priority of the case. Health and safety is one thing, and just the magnitude of sometimes it's not health and safety, but it's such a problem in the community that I think that could have some weight, so.
Having a petition of neighbors would.
I think it's just something to consider. I don't know if it's something that you could actually completely dictate as a policy, but just having that information, both for you guys and for the board, if we get involved, helps.
Don't you keep it anyway?
We do have the information. I guess what I want to stress is that one of the intents of writing the ordinance in '99 and then again updating it a couple years ago was to keep it as objective as possible and not subjective. And that's an issue that the grand jury looked into last year, that the fact is whether, regardless of who complains, the process is the same. And whether it's one person or 10 people are complaining. If it's not health and safety right now, per your board direction, we'd still be telling them, sorry, we have to, we have limited staffing, this is our priority, but we will get to it. We can certainly keep the information, but keep that in mind. We're trying to treat all the complainants the same.
I think that's the right thing to do, and that's why I was hesitant to have a policy that dictates that. I think it's just valuable information to have for, like, a supervisor, if we get called into a situation after it's already, halfway developed through the whole process and we're trying to get up to speed, seeing, at this date, this person called, this date, this person called. It just gives you some context, and I think just knowing that information would be beneficial for me personally, and I don't know if anybody else has that.
I would rather keep it neutral and look at the situation versus the people. It just seems to me that the more we keep it private, the better off that we are. I don't want my decision to be
Skewed by who it is.
By who the person is complaining. So
I can see that.
I don't mind seeing the blanked out names on there.
I'd like to think more about this, actually. I agree with your points. I just think there's still cases where some of the information might.
Well, and
I think ultimately, can't the supervisor get any information that they really want?
I think I'll hand that over to our county council.
No.
Well, I mean, I think it's really going to depend on the situation. Obviously, I think the supervisors are notified of a lot of things going on, something in your district, so you will know. So certainly, I think we do that already. And then in terms of the policy, I think we can definitely think about it more, but we are hoping to focus on sort of the issues that we need today, asking your board direction on.
So
Okay.
punt on that one, I guess.
Yeah, we'll punt on that one. That's fine.
I have a question. So how would you handle illegal dumping of chemical waste? I'm thinking of drug, meth lab, chemicals. I know of a situation in particular, they were dumped on the forest in a water course and moved on to private property, and it was really arduous and difficult for the private property owner to get rid of those, that volume of waste. I mean, there were some factors that were really critical there, that it was in a waterway, but I guess my question is, how would you handle that how would that be handled under today's
Looking for Bob.
codes?
Carlin could respond too. Those actually are taking out of this, we don't use our county process. That's usually handled under the Health and Safety Code, and the Environmental Health Department Division has a lot more authority to go in and get a site cleaned up. As far as who's responsible, I think is really what you're asking.
That is what I'm asking.
Unless there is proof otherwise, it goes back to a property owner.
The cost is borne by the property owner.
Yes, for a cleanup.
So I want to expedite this a little bit because we're running into the lunch hour, and I got one other item I want to push through. So to boil it down, you're looking for direction on who the code compliance officer should be. We don't want it to be county council because there's conflict of interest. So basically, the bottom line is who. And I guess the options you've presented would be either department head or division chief. And so that's the question I would ask the board to
The
weigh in on.
recommendation is on page 6 of the memo.
Page 6.
There are several items. I think who is the code compliance officer is probably the most one that we'll have discussion on, but hopefully the other ones will also get some clarification on and direction.
So page 6, here we go.
I can start. I think, the recommendation that board policy directs a violation impacting health and safety take priority if everybody has an agreement there. Does that make sense? Page 6. Page 5. Is that the one you're talking about? No.
No. And the recommendations they're looking for is who the code compliance officer is.
Yeah.
Clarification of application of the failure to prosecute provision, statute of limitations. Is that the right stuff?
Correct.
Okay.
So let's run through them one by one real quick. So the first one chief building official or department head, staff recommends that your board include in the direction that the designation occur by resolution rather than, okay, so that, so you're saying do it by resolution, not ordinance, but you're saying decide which one?
Correct. There are other places in the ordinance code that would probably be revised if you have it set as a department head. Because right now, there are places where it says with concurrence of the department head and the code compliance officer. And if that's the same person, then we need to
This is where I think we ought to have someone independent, but I agree we ought to do it by resolution.
I feel like it should be the department head, because of the fact there's multiple divisions that become involved. I think you said solid waste, environmental health, building, planning, and I don't know, I think right now you're doing a lot of this stuff. And yeah, so you're probably going to continue to do some of that, but when it comes to zoning, and solid waste, I don't know if that's necessarily the scope that you're specifically dealing with from day to day, you know? Typically, when you're dealing with building, that's your focus, and that's where somebody that would be in your position, your resume would, be built around. But does that?
I would agree. A zoning violation doesn't really have much to do with the chief building inspector, would it?
If I could clarify a moment. When we lost a planner a couple of years ago during the recession, and that position was not filled, in exchange was to save a building inspector's job because the workload was at that time more heavily weighted towards building. But one of the trade-offs by losing a planner is the planning staff no longer could do zoning enforcement. So that was transferred to building about 2 years ago. And so although it's not something that is ideal, that is in reality what has happened. And the staffing level of planning is not proposed to increase anytime soon, and I don't see that transferring back. What this would do, actually, by putting in the chief building official, because in reality, it's either going to be Doug or me. I mean, that's what we're saying here. If it's under my name, that's my title as code compliance officer. In reality, Doug is continuing to do all the work. He's coordinating the program. He heads up what we call our enforcement team. So when we have multi-jurisdictional type issues, he has been doing that for the last 6 years. As Carlin stated, he has put together all the procedures. He keeps everything up to date. He makes sure all the other divisions are coordinating together because we often have overlaps. We have the issue of substandard housing with the rubbish accumulation. So there's a lot of coordination there. And really, the person who has taken the lead and been very effective at doing that has been Doug. And so my request would be that you consider very carefully that he's already demonstrated he's doing the job effectively. The amount of time that council is spending, because he's been doing a lot of the work already, is fairly minimal. So it's not going to be a huge additional burden on his time. Because in reality, even though it may be under my title, he would be doing the work. So I think everyone needs to understand that.
I do understand that, but I think we need to be careful about organizational structures based on individuals. I think Doug has been pulling a lot of that weight, and that is recognizable, and he is coordinating all those things. And I would say, as a department head, I would want to structure this to where you have some flexibility to delegate certain things. But I still see, I don't think it's organizationally, it just doesn't make sense to me, besides the fact that.
I have a possible solution. If we made Bev the code compliance officer with the power to delegate to the specific departments those issues, would that solve the problem?
Well, I already have that authority to delegate.
Okay.
As my designees. And in
Okay.
reality, there are many levels of authority within my agency. Doug, as a chief building official, has certain responsibilities and authority that are given to him by the building code. Rob Costley, the Health and Safety Code, gives him authority as the environmental health director. So to me, it's nothing more. It's just another title for that mid-management level as code compliance. Code compliance was under our department years ago. They worked it very independently. We had a chief code compliance inspector, and so he basically did all the work, but then that job was eliminated. So it's kind of by default that there's a lot of work to do here that's been kind of just shifted back and forth, and fell on a person and division who has been able to make it work quite well. Do we need more resources? Definitely. But that's really what it gets down to is who's actually going to do the work. And it's going to be a mid-manager. It's not going to be me. It will be delegated down.
Yeah. I think it's appropriate to be delegated down. One of the concerns I have, probably the biggest concern I have, is in the building division, we're looking at our dashboard and seeing some problems with workload and things like that. And I want to emphasize that that's a priority in some cases, and I don't want it to be neglected because of the impacts to economic development and so forth. And so that's, I mean, I think you do a good job of balancing that, but I think that's a tough thing to deal with because you get a health and safety situation and now you're pulled away, you know, you're dealing with, you know, 9th Avenue or whatever in Jamestown, and you can't work on plan checks and make sure that end of your responsibility is, you know, it's just it's a balancing act. Randy's been waiting for a while, Carl, I'm sorry.
I go back to my same thing back on that chart. I would like to see independence, and I don't think having the code compliance officer in CRA does that for us. The independence is a valuable thing to me. And I'm curious about your comment, Ms. Shane. Back on page 3, or in my format it's page 4, but page 3 of the memo at the bottom, it looks to me like county council spends a lot of hours on this. You want to answer that?
That's our general legal advice. We will continue to provide legal advice to the code
I understand, but
compliance
it's
program.
apparently associated with these requests, or is the table misleading?
No, as you'll see in the role of code compliance officer, the amount of time spent in fiscal year 2012-13
Was 22.5 hours total,
total for the year.
and you spent 130.25.
Yes. And that's on legal advice that we would continue to do.
Legal advice relative to those?
No.
Well-
On general code compliance issues. Is this an appropriate violation? Do you need an inspection warrant? Is this an appropriate situation for a summary abatement?
Okay, well,
those
the
kinds of-
table's misleading. So you're not spending that much time supporting the code compliance decisions.
No,
And we're not talking about a lot of time either in terms of the code compliance officer. On that table, in 2 years, I see a total of 38 hours.
Correct. That's in the code
Carl?
compliance rule.
Yeah, I think we're almost making a mountain out of a molehill here. Doug's doing the job. We're talking about putting a title someplace. I do think that it's very important.
Before you, you have documents that were filed. I did discuss this some time ago with Mr. Pedro because it was addressed to the board chair and myself as the chair of the Community Corrections Partnership here in Tuolumne County. The Budget Act of 2014 allocated $8 million to counties to put RFPs out to the community here, the subject matter experts in our community, for community recidivism reduction grants. We are eligible for $25,000 based on the population of Tuolumne County. There is a maximum award allocation of $10,000 per grant. And in order to participate in the program, we must first submit a letter of interest to the BSCC by September 30th, along with the minutes from this board meeting. And I anticipate that if the board, it is your pleasure to do that, you would designate the RFP draft designation to the Community Corrections Partnership Board. Myself as the chair, I have discussed this and taken this to vote of the CCP, and it was a unanimous decision to submit a letter of interest if the board desires that we would support this. And what we hope to do is on September 22nd, we already had a meeting planned of subject matter experts in the community to help us address some services we want to provide to anyone in the community that may be cited under the new Sonora Municipal Code for homeless camping in the community. We want to provide services as opposed to punishment for those individuals, hoping that we may be able to help change a problem. We are scheduling a meeting for September 22nd of some of those experts. I would like to bring this matter to those experts because they initially will be the ones that will probably have interest in this and want to participate in the grant. So I would invite any of the board members, especially Sherry, who is interested in the homeless population problems here in the county, to participate in that meeting on the 22nd at 2 o'clock. It's going to be over at the Day Reporting Center. And so with that, I believe that's pretty much the nuts and bolts of the penal code is attached to your letter, and if you are so desire, then the letter would again have to be submitted to the BSCC by the 30th of September.
Thanks, Adele. Questions? Can I get a motion?
Remove on Adele's recommendation.
A motion from Rotifer, second from Ms. Brennan. Any public comment? Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. What? Yeah? Somebody was beeping?
Well, so.
I was. Okay, we are back from lunch, and we'll get going here. Yeah, could the clerk please read our 1:30? I guess I'll need to recess as the Board of Supervisors reconvene as the Air Pollution Control District.
And the 1:30 is public hearing to review and receive comments on the Air
It's in my
Pollution
bag. You
Control
want me to wear
District
it?
2014-15 budget, setting a public hearing for October 7th, 2014 at 1:30 PM to adopt the Air Pollution Control District 2014-15 budget.
Thank you. Ms. Elmar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Vicki Helmar, Air Pollution Control Officer. The California Health and Safety Code requires each air pollution control district to present its annual budget in a public hearing held exclusively for that purpose and separate from any other budget hearing. Although the air pollution control budget is incorporated into the county budget, which was adopted on September 2nd, you must review and adopt this budget as the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Board. The review and adoption process outlined in the Health and Safety Code requires 2 hearings. The first to review the budget and receive comments from the public, and the second to adopt the budget. Today's hearing is to review and receive comments, and at the end of today's hearing, I will be asking your board to set a hearing date of October 7th at 1:30 PM to adopt the budget. The final 2014-15 air pollution control budget is $997,469. This is 12.8% greater than the 2013-14 budget of $884,084. I would like to call attention to an error on page 1 of my memo. The third column should be titled FY 2014-15, not FY 2013-14. Sorry
Okay.
about that. The air pollution control budget provides funding for the various programs operated by the district. These programs include the stationary source, open prescribed burning, enhanced vapor recovery, Carl Moyer, air toxic control measures implementation, public outreach, and air quality land use planning programs. The operating budget supports 2 full-time permanent employees, the Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer and the Air Pollution Control Specialist. Through intra-fund transfers, it also reimburses the Agricultural Commissioner's budget $60,000 for the time spent by me as the Air Pollution Control Officer and other agricultural staff on air pollution control activities. The air pollution control budget receives no general fund support. Funding sources for air pollution control activities are state subvention revenues, Carl Moyer incentive grant funds, DMV motor vehicle registration fees, and local revenues from permitting fees, secret review fees, and fines and penalties. Any revenue that is received in one fiscal year but is not spent is deferred to the next fiscal year. $112,760 more dollars in motor vehicle registration fees were deferred into this budget as compared to the previous year. This resulted in a $107,000 increase in available funds for Public Works diesel engine retrofitting and replacement projects. In addition, $15,244 budgeted but not spent in fiscal year 2013-14 for green waste recycling program has been carried over to the 2014-15 budget for that program. Also included in revenues for 2014-15 is $1,370 from fines and penalties collected but deposited into a trust to be used to support specific programs and projects. The $1,370 will fund the annual maintenance of the portable air quality monitoring equipment that was purchased with the fine and penalty money in FY 2010-11. This concludes my review of the Air Pollution Control District's 2014-15 budget, and I ask that you set a hearing date of October 7th, 2014 at 1:30 p.m. to adopt this budget. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Just
Any board questions?
quick one. The increase in budget is due to the fact that we've received more money to spend. Is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, we had actually more money deferred that was not spent last year that was deferred into this year's budget.
Okay, thank you. And just one other comment on the charts and the attachments. When they're sent over, the way that you sent them over, it's hard for us to read them.
Alicia let us know
Okay.
yesterday that
Was she nice
we
about
need
it?
to. Yes, she was
Okay.
very nice about it. But Granicus is new to you guys. It's also new to us department heads who
All right,
have
I
to
did.
figure out ways to do things differently. But we got that message from Alicia. She was very nice about it, and I apologize for any inconvenience it might have caused you guys.
All right, thank you. No more
Any,
questions.
okay. Randy?
Yeah, this isn't really on your report. Your report's fine there. I'm just curious if there's anything we can do as an air pollution control district to assist with things like the pile and burn situation we have out on the forest, transferring to biomass regeneration, if there's any programs that we can go after funding for and do some of that kind of thing. That all seems to me to fit right into air pollution control.
Glad you asked that question, Supervisor Hanfield, because I was going to send you an email this afternoon.
Oh.
As you're aware, we have the cap and trade program.
Yep.
And part of the proposal is that we are going to start adding a tax to gasoline and diesel fuel.
We are, or the state is?
The state is. Okay. Trying to be
A
nice.
little-
The
little
state.
bit of
Yes, the
difference.
state is. And I've been talking with some of my fellow air pollution control officers, and I would like to write a letter to the governor that will allow us to start looking at things differently, because much of the cap and trade money is to go to disadvantaged communities, which we are not considered one by the new Cal Environ screen.
We're not?
No, we are not. It's not going to be very helpful to rural districts.
If we're not disadvantaged, that mean we are advantaged?
I think we're in no man's land, Randy.
Oh, sorry.
So,
I don't like
so there are some things going on that we're hoping that if we can make the argument that since we are paying through, every citizen is paying through the new tax or fee on gasoline and diesel fuel, that we should be receiving some kind of benefit, and to encourage programs to be set up for specifically rural counties to do some of these things that will help reduce greenhouse gases. We've talked about electric charging stations. We've talked about biomass, reduction of biomass in the forests to send that from pile burning to biomass facilities. So this is something that is just now being talked about through the other air pollution control officers, and I have a kind of a draft letter that I'm working on that I would like to bring back to this board so that we can go ahead and address that very problem that you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Vicki, by whose definition, you said we were not considered disadvantaged? Whose definition?
Cal Environ Screen is a new program, and usually it has to do with disadvantaged communities that are highly populated. They're more in urban areas. There's the justice, the social justice issue that comes about. Those are the ones that are considered that. It really is not focusing on rural communities who have relatively clean air and that sort of thing. So I can get you some more specific definitions of that, Sherry, to you.
We're being polluted by these disadvantaged urban counties because that's the source of our pollution.
Yeah, that's what blows up to us.
Look at our air quality when we have a rim fire.
And that is one of the biggest ones, the air pollution control, the officers who are kind of leading this are the ones who have suffered greatly with a lot of the wildfires.
Cool.
Last year and this year.
Any other questions? Okay, this time I'm going to open the public hearing and invite anybody from the public to come up and testify. Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chairman, I think our action is to set a hearing date.
Correct.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Call for the question. All in favor?
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
there was two recommendations there, hearing date. You had two recommendations.
It was for both.
By following that motion, would that cover both of them?
Yeah, you intended.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We basically accepted it and set the hearing date for the final budget adoption. The other one was just to conduct a public hearing.
Okay.
All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Got it. Okay. Let's take item 21.
21 is consideration of rejecting all bids to perform the work as shown in the bid book for the Jamestown Sidewalk Project, Contract 1572, and approve the revised plan specifications bid book for the same, and issue a call for bids on October 23rd, 2014 at 2 p.m.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience through the first half of our day.
No problem. Good afternoon, members of the board. Chairman, I'm Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the Community Resources Agency. On July 14th, your board approved plans and a bid book for the Jamestown Sidewalks Project. On August 18th, 8 bids were received, and the lowest bid was $707,562, and the highest bid that was received was $966,070. The engineer's estimate was $728,570, in which 2 out of the 6 bids were within 10% of the engineer's estimate. Staff reviewed all the bids, and found some discrepancies in some of the items. After discussions with council, it was better to serve the public and reject all bids and modify the plans and bid book with clarification on those items and change the construction season. The changes that did include in the new bid book in front of you were to clearly identify the area of disposal for the earthwork and require that the prime contractor perform at least 30% of the work rather than the 50%. And then in addition to, we have changed the construction season to spring of 2015. So it is recommended that your board reject all the bids that were listed as the Jamestown Sidewalks Project's Contract 1572, and that was approved by your board on July 14th of 2014, and approve the revised plans and bid book, also known as the Jamestown Sidewalks Project, Contract 1572, and issue a new call for bids due October 23rd, 2014 at 2 p.m.
I just have one question, Tanya.
Sure.
On the timing, was that a de facto slip just because we're going to go out and rebid it? Or was there a reason to go to spring, summer?
Our funding was faced up against the deadline that we were trying to meet, and
Okay.
we have been coordinating with the CTC, and we were able to get an extension to
Okay.
be able to go forward.
Other questions? Can you clarify more about why we're doing this? If we have bids that fit within the budget and we can do it this season, why we wouldn't just do that and deal with some of the, I mean, what's the potential for problems because of these discrepancies? I mean,
Mr. Chairman, this is federal funding, and there are requirements for disadvantaged businesses that each of our bidders have to make a good faith effort to work with disadvantaged businesses as part of their proposal. And that was a particular issue here, that it was determined that our low bidders did not meet the required good faith effort. And that was also reviewed by Caltrans, who said,
was this project protested by other bidders?
No, we did not receive a formal protest. However, in reviewing all the information with regard to the low bidder, we also did another in-depth look at the individual items of work and some of the discrepancies in terms of bidding. I believe there was one large item of work that ranged from $40,000 to $180,000 in bid. That there seemed to be enough of those that it made sense to do some clarification.
We can't just take the $40,000 one? Any other questions? All right, let's take public comment at this time. Seeing none, I'll bring it back for action.
I move on staff recommendation.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay, 22.
Consideration of either awarding a contract to Sinclair General Engineering Construction for the 2014 Jamestown Post-Closure Maintenance Project in the amount of $123,068 and appropriating $56,272 from the solid waste contingency account and $58,000 from the solid waste special department expense account to the solid waste Jamestown Post-Closure Maintenance account. Or you can reject all bids for the 2014 Jamestown Post-Closure Maintenance Project and approve the plans and specifications and bid book for the 2014 Jamestown Post-Closure Maintenance Project and issue a call for bids on October 9th, 2014 at 2 p.m.
Okay, Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. On December 28th of 2012, a small debris flow occurred on the west slope of the Jamestown landfill. The reason for that slide was attributed to a buildup of subsurface water behind the concrete apron that temporarily decreased the safety factor of the slope. County staff contacted the Water Quality Control Board, as we were required to do for anything that's happening out at the landfill. And our consultant submitted 2 alternative proposals for the Water Board to consider to repair that slide. The Water Board rejected our proposals, stated that they did not comply with our waste discharge requirements, and that because we had a deadline to fix the slide, we had to pursue an alternative, which our consultant advised the Water Board at that time that would not address the problem of the drainage system behind the slope. So, on March 6th of this year, we had another slide, the same location, and that was due to heavy rainfall, one of the few days that we had heavy rainfall, and the slide occurred. Staff again contacted the Water Board to let them know that we had the slide and discussed with them our options. The Water Board advised that once again, we would not be able to pursue the project we wanted to do for the previous slide without amending our waste discharge requirements. However, this time they did provide an option. They said another alternative was for the State Board to file a notice of violation on the county. And under a notice of violation procedures, then we would be directed to fix the problem as soon as possible, and we would not have to amend the waste discharge requirements and go through that process, which was a holdup the previous year. With that understanding and with the notice of violation issued to the county, our consultant proceeded to work on the final plans for the repair of the landfill. We did a call for bids at staff level through the informal process because the engineer's estimate was only $56,010, which is below the threshold for going through a formal bidding process, which would entail your board. 4 contractors attended the the pre-bid meeting, which was not mandatory. Additionally, 2 other contractors purchased the bid book. So we had 6 contractors we believed were interested in the project. At the close of the bids, we had received only 1 proposal. That proposal was from Sinclair General Engineering Construction Incorporated in the amount of $123,068. That is well over double the engineer's estimate for this repair work. We are, of course, very concerned about this very high bid. We asked our consultant to review the cost estimate to see if he could find the discrepancy or look at his estimate as the engineer to see if maybe he made an error. He reviewed the bid and also his work again, felt that even if he bumped up what he felt was reasonable using Caltrans standards for different costs, that the maximum of the bid should be no more than $72,813. We talked with County Council, who advised us that under public contract law, we do have only a couple of options. One is that we're precluded from negotiating with the bidder. Even though we only got one bidder at this stage in the process, we don't have the ability to say, could you reduce your costs a little bit and, or work with them. We don't have that option. So we have the option to either accept the bid, we have the option to reject the bid, or do the work ourselves. Well, the landfill creates a lot of challenges for construction. And so Mr. York, who's in charge of our road crews, looked at the situation and has advised that the road crews would not be able to perform the work that needs to be done to actually correct the drainage system on the landfill. In issuing the notice of violation, the state gave us a deadline of October 31st. We talked to the water board, our consultant, when he advised the water board that the bid came out very high. He asked for an extension until December of this year to complete the project. Staff had a conference call with the water board staff on September 4th, and at that time, the water board said they needed a formal request for the extension from the county. The next day, Mr. Pedro signed a letter of requesting the extension to the end of December. We received an email from Howard Hold at the Water Board advising us that the State Board is very concerned about this project. They will not grant us the extension. They also said, though, that the Water Board could elect not to enforce the violation of the deadline if we took longer than October 1st. Well, elect not to enforce was rather vague, so we did ask for clarification. In an email we received yesterday, Mr. Hold advised that the State Board has decided that they would not do any enforcement action at all until December 31st. That does give us 2 more months to do the work. However, if for some reason, if we reject the bids and we go through the bidding process, we don't get any bids, we don't get a lower bid, if we get a good bid, we start the work and we get a lot of rain, which we're all hoping for, if we don't meet that deadline, they could charge us $1,000 a day starting from October 31st. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here, literally. Your options today that we're presenting is that the safest option is to award the contract. Even though it's very expensive, we could definitely get the work done well before the deadline. We would know it would be done right. It would be done before we would have the potential of dealing with rainy weather, which could impact the construction itself as we work. The one contractor who did bid on the job is concerned about trying to do this during the rainy season. The other option that you have is to reject the bids and go out for a new bidding process. As far as how we're going to fund this, if you decide that you are going to award the contract, is that we had budgeted $52,000 in the Jamestown post-closure maintenance budget. We do have $56,257 in the solid waste contingency account, which we would propose that you transfer into the post-closure maintenance account. And also, we had budgeted $58,000 in the solid waste special departmental expense account, was earmarked to do the reconstruction of the parking lot at the Pinecrest transfer station. And so that's the trade-off. We would not have the funding for that project, which would not be done until the springtime anyway. But that's the other source of funding for you then to be able to award the bid. And with that, Mr. Chairman, our consultant, Rick Mitchell, was here this morning. Unfortunately, because we didn't get to this item, he had to leave for another appointment. But our solid waste manager, Belinda Barlow, is here, and Deputy County Counsel Colin Drivdahl has been working with us all along the way to make sure that we followed all the rules in the public contract law limits us. So with that, I will mention that your solid waste committee considered this at its meeting last week. At that time, we had not heard from the water board on our extension, and the recommendation of the solid waste committee was that if we got the extension, that we should definitely then reject the bids and go out and seek new bids.
So we got the extension, kind of informally?
Not
really.
They said they wouldn't
Not really.
enforce, they wouldn't
Not
enforce
really.
until
We didn't get the
December
extension,
31st.
but they have said they won't enforce until after December 31st. So again, it's a risk that you would have to weigh.
Because if we'd gotten the extension, then if the task was not completed, if we'd gotten the extension, then we wouldn't have fines back to October 31st,
That's
correct?
correct. That's correct. That's the big change. Plus, there would likely be a little more leniency if we didn't get done to the middle of January, something, because we had the extra time. Now they're being firm that, you got it, we'll give you a little more time, not officially, but we've elected not to enforce.
I've got a question. So if I do some math here, that 56, 257, and the 58, that comes up to 114, 257, which leaves us $18,000 short. Am I doing that right?
You maybe missed, there's 52,000 plus 56, 257 plus 58. So I totaled that we come out to 153,000, excuse me, 166,257.
Here's the germ of my question.
Okay.
You were talking about the parking project, right?
Yes, at Pinecrest.
And that was which chunk of money?
That was the 58,000 in the solid waste special departmental expense account.
Okay. Could we take the two other chunks of money and take the remaining out of contingencies?
Yes, you could. I think you'd have to schedule that for a separate action since it's not on the agenda.
Could I raise one
Wait
other?
a minute, I don't understand why we would have to do a separate action. We're trying to determine whether we're going to award the contract or not, and where we're going to get the funding as part of that, right?
Yeah, I think you could. There's the contingencies within solid waste, just to be clear.
Which we've already proposed.
Which is already proposed,
Right.
but
And if you wanted to, you could take
general
additional
fund
from the general
contingency.
fund.
Okay. Well, what are your thoughts on that? Because we're only talking less than $20,000 out of the general
Our
fund
us-
contingency.
Our usual posture is try to use the funds within each fund first,
Okay.
and then if need be, we can come back, try to protect the general fund at all costs as the general theme, but if the board still wanted to see what it really would cost the solid waste fund, and if you're short, say, 20,000, and you wanted that other project done, we could always come back.
Okay.
And Supervisor Rutherford, too, at mid-year, this wouldn't be done until the spring or summer anyway, we could see how the solid waste budget is. Maybe we'll have additional revenue, or we'll have cut some
Okay.
expenses.
And we
Randy?
had also had some discussion, I think, that the opportunity might exist for the project at Pinecrest to be a little cheaper if it was done in conjunction with the
Dodge Ridge
Ridge
Road.
Road.
That's a potential. Of course, that's an unknown till we go out to bid.
Correct,
But we
but-
could coordinate the bidding on those two projects, yes. And that would be next summer.
And just so your board's aware, Sean Sinclair of Sinclair General Engineering Construction wasn't able to be here today, but he is watching on Granicus and is available by phone if you have any questions for him as the bidder on this project.
Before we start talking about funding something, I'd like to understand exactly what's happening here. We had a 2011 slide, officially outside the area, but immediately adjacent to those the channels that we channel water off of the site with. And the repair of that didn't go so well, because we came back in and had to, on an emergency,
That's right.
redesign it on very short notice and spent a lot more money, a whole lot more money. Okay, so 2012 happens. And who was the engineer, who was the contractor and the consultant on that job? Was the same guys?
Yes, Rick Mitchell from RMC.
Okay. And was he also the consultant on the 2011?
That different engineering firm did the engineering, as I recall. That was
Well,
subbed out to
okay.
another engineer.
But this happened again on exactly the same site, right? 2014 happened on the same site as
As the
2012?
2012.
Yeah.
Well,
So our 2012 fix didn't work.
We know that. That's because the water board wouldn't allow us to use the plan that we proposed to fix the drainage
So
system.
why are we sure that this one's going to work?
Because we're going to put a drain in there.
Can you come forward, please?
Dan, you need to come up, yes. Because this is a much bigger project than the fix last year, because it is. It's going to fix the drainage system.
Because it's a
That's the
much bigger
proposal.
project, it's going to work.
No, I'm saying because we're going to deal with the drainage, which is what we wanted to do, and the state board wouldn't allow us to do. But Dan.
So they wouldn't
Rick-
allow us to fix it, and then they're going to charge us fines? That sounds like a racket.
They're going to look the other way for a little while.
Specialist, The water board said in the notice of violation, they didn't feel the problem had been mitigated, and we said, of course, it hasn't been mitigated because you wouldn't allow us to mitigate it.
So can we sue them?
They wouldn't allow us to fix the drainage, which was causing the pore pressures to build up in that area that had slid.
Yeah, so can we sue them, since they're the ones that are,
Wouldn't it be nice?
Well,
So now we're going to address
It's
the
their
drainage
fault.
problem. There's a subsurface drainage that drains down
I'm serious.
below that 2-foot vegetative layer, and it drains down to that buttress. And there's supposed to be a drainage system down there to allow that water to drain off. And what happens when you exceed it's designed for a 24-hour, 100-year flood, but it's not designed for a 1-hour intense downfall, and that's twice what happened when that gets popped out.
Look, I believe that the design of the second closure of the Jamestown landfill here was not robust enough
Period.
to handle the situation. I think the basic design of the system is flawed. That's just an opinion, okay? And I think it is verified by the experience. We've had 3 failures. And what I would like to have is some assurance that this one's going to work. We're going to add some more drainage,
Well,
okay?
this is,
Who takes responsibility for all this? We ultimately take responsibility, including the original fix of the landfill, or the second fix of the landfill. And I would like some better assurance. We keep going back and doing the same thing, is what it sounds
It's a good
like.
design we have for this. If we would have been allowed to do this repair in November of last year, like we wanted to do, we wouldn't be standing here now. There wouldn't have been a failure.
I'm not sure I buy into that.
There wouldn't have been a failure. Wouldn't have been.
I mean,
The
I've
pore
been out
pressures
there, I've
would not
looked
have
at
built up.
this.
They wouldn't have- There was no way they would have been allowed to build up where that, it happened the exact same spot, for the exact
Water-
same reason.
In this design, water permeates the subsurface and all over the place. Gopher holes allow it to happen. The surface of the structure, the cover there is below the V grooves in the hill, so it comes up to the V groove and goes underneath as opposed to going down the V grooves. There's lots of reasons why water gets into the system. I guess we got to do this, but I'm not convinced the solution and is going to be a robust solution, and we're not going to see the same thing happen again. Maybe not in this location, but another location. We're just throwing good money after bad, and we don't have a permanent fix, is my feeling.
So what is your solution?
Yeah.
What is our solution?
No.
Look,
he's asking, Randy.
Supervisor Hamel.
I'm asking for somebody to take responsibility for the solution. Is this guy going, if this doesn't work, is he going to pay for it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Rhetorical questions aren't useful. Are you going to go to public comment?
At some point. You want me to do that? Public comment. We don't have any public, just staff. Bring it back, go ahead.
Since it's in my district, I move that we award the contract to Sinclair General Engineering in the amount not to exceed $123,068.
I'll second.
Just a discussion, do we need to include our discussion about the general fund replacement for
Yes,
a
we
later
do.
date?
Yeah, as recommended by staff.
Okay, second?
Motion and second. Sherry is.
Sherry second.
Carl's the motion. Okay, we have a motion. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1. Merry Christmas to Sinclair. All right. That's the time, yeah.
Just one comment. This is what happens when the State Water Board meddles in local affairs.
Yep.
State Water Board just one.
And I would like staff to look into if there's any recourse at all with the State Water Board on this item.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Sherry. Okay. Let's jump to reports. 24, I mean.
Reports.
I got a good one. Let's start with Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, just a few items. There was a county administrators group that had worked on the long-term formula for allocation of AB 109 dollars. There was a unanimous agreement amongst the CAOs. That's been turned over to the CSAC Executive Committee, which I think already took action supporting, may not have, but that's important because it provides for a long-term process for allocating the AB 109, dollars. So, but that's a recommendation that went to the CSAC Executive Board, and that was about 2 weeks ago or so. Spent a lot of time ag recruitment. We already knew that. On the jail project, I think the board's aware, but just the public that may be listening or watching, we did submit a letter to the Board of State and Community Corrections stating our intentions to pursue the AB 900 Phase 1 money that had been relinquished by Amador County to try and get it. Our intention is to get that money moved over to the Phase 2 program where we would partner up with Siskiyou to try and get the bulk of that money allocated to our jail project. And there's a lot of effort went into that, and hopefully with diligence and following up, that'll pay dividends for the county. The other thing I thought the board would find interesting is there are some of those SRA fees have been, an amount of it has been set aside statewide, and there will be an opportunity for submission of grant applications for the use of some of that SRA fee money for prevention, fire prevention activities. I did get communication from one of the fire districts asking us to partner up with them on brushing out some major roadways. Also met with Josh White and Paul Avila, and something that they were bringing forward, just letting you know, there haven't been any decisions yet. We're just investigating good ways to use that money. One of the potential uses would be providing funding support for creating defensible space for the elderly, disabled, and low income. In our community, that would transcend any fire district because it's wherever we found people, elderly, disabled, or low income. As one thought. Another thought was looking at specific communities, and a couple that I pick as examples would be Cedar Ridge, Ponderosa Hills, where egress is a challenge, and try to improve those egress areas in case of a major fire. That's just a couple examples. We're replete with those examples in the county. The other would be, and also key roads, and look at those. Another thought would be to go back and do major maintenance on some of the fuel breaks, that we have throughout the county that maybe were created years ago but need to go in and be cleaned out, which is a recurring problem. We get those things built, but we need to go in and maintain them if they're going to work. So those are just some of the things that they're looking at. Those would, whatever staff may want to recommend, will come back to the board. Chief White was going to talk with his peers to see if there could be some agreement reached, consensus amongst the fire chiefs, because that would help if we had a uniform voice, from the county on how best to approach pursuing those grant funds. That's it.
Thank you.
Just real quick, I met with the TCVC in our quarterly meeting on the 3rd. On the 5th, I attended the VFW meeting. On the 8th, along with Supervisor Handbelt, I attended a JPA board meeting for ATCA, and I also participated with Carlin Rivdahl in ATCA ethics training over in Jackson. We met on the jail project. By the way, just for everybody's information, Tulare, 3 counties, I don't remember which ones, but they're all they're all, what's the, SB 1022, they're all SB 1022 applicants. They're trying to get the jail money moved to SB 1022. And then that evening, I attended with Mr. Pedro the Jamestown Fire District Board meeting. I had lunch with our Economic Development Director on the 10th, and also attended with Supervisor Gray, the BOS Planning Committee meeting, and on the 15th. Yesterday, I was at the GAC, Chamber Government Affairs Council, and I spent the afternoon and evening with Assemblyman Bigelow and State Senator Berryhill, and talked water issues, and also attended a very scary town hall meeting that they put on with respect to ADA compliance, and I can share my concerns about that offline. Thanks.
I'll do a quick one. I had a good time in Kauai, so that's my report.
All right, mine's fairly short. On September 3rd, we had...
Is your mic on?
Excuse me, on September 3rd, had a meeting of Cable 8. We had a presentation from the public television director from Gilroy in Santa Cruz, and it was a pretty enlightening meeting. A lot of things discussed, and a lot of different ways to use the public television. I found it quite interesting. Also, on the same day, met with Larry Cope, Economic Development Director, and discussion on a lot of things that are happening or on the horizon in Tuolumne County. So we'll hear about that when it actually happens, but he is working hard out there. September 4th, the meeting in Groveland with a group of constituents concerning some issues over there. We'll talk about those later, I think. Some of them may have to come to the Board of Supervisors, but we'll see. Also, on the 8th, I had my monthly meeting with Mr. Pedro, and we went over Craig's list and John's list, and a lot of things that are being worked on. September 9th, we all were at a special board meeting. Also, the Solid Waste Committee you heard about already. September 10th, a SWIFT meeting. We also discussed the $10 million in possible money for projects, and it seems like the battalion chiefs and from CAL FIRE are all engaged on looking at ways to try to address that money and for specific projects. I also attended a TCTC meeting. And another interesting meeting with the Motherlode Land Trust of the possibility of a creation of a public park in Sonora area near the Justice Center. We'll hear more about that later. September 12th, Economic Development Authority meeting, and I was the first to do the Motherlode view, so all your SU supervisors are going to be called for an appointment, I'm sure. And that's my report.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brennan.
All right, just a couple of items. On the 11th, we had an Area 12 Agency on Aging meeting, and I just want to announce that the Medicare Part D, if anyone needs to have some questions answered or looking for some guidance, get a hold of the folks up at Area 12 on Standard Road, and they are taking appointments to help people out with that right now. That's my report.
The last few weeks, we have been pretty busy in our office. Chris has been working on some different tax collection matters, attended a meeting with attorneys regarding EMS issues, also attended the ATCA meeting in Jackson. On the 8th, Carlin provided the ATCA training the ethics training, the ATCA staff. And then on the 3rd, all of the attorneys met with a grand jury just to introduce ourselves because we are one of their attorneys that they call on throughout the year. On the 11th, I attended a labor and employment training in series. And then on the 9th, as your board knows, the board met in closed session to consider joining the coalition formed by the American Forest Resource Council to intervene in the Center for Biological Diversity versus United States Forest Service related to the Rim Fire Recovery Project. The board voted to join the coalition and intervene in the lawsuit on behalf of the defendants. Plaintiffs seek to stop a major portion of the work authorized by the Forest Service in the burned area, and as intervener defendants, the county seeks to prevent a temporary restraining order or preliminary injunction so that the work can continue. And I've been working pretty much since I heard about this all weekend. So things are continuing to progress, and I understand there may be a hearing tomorrow at 1 p.m. in federal court, and so we'll need to talk about that a little bit more with Supervisor Gray. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Clerk, please read our closed session.
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority government code section 54956-9D1, Philip Byers versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CB 58532.
Any public comment? Do we expect anything to report? Yes. Yes, we do. Okay, we will adjourn to closed session or recess.